Good evening and welcome to Monday Night Playhouse. I'm Damiano Pietropaolo and I am here at the Royal George Theatre in Niagara-on-the-Lake, home of the Shaw Festival. I'm here with Artistic Director Jackie Maxwell for the fourth of this season's Bell Canada Reading Series. Hello, Jackie.
Hi, Damiano.
I gather we're waiting for the appearance of a very special guest.
Oh, we are indeed. And he's somewhat late, I fear.
You have a full house waiting for him. I hope he's not far away.
Well, Gilbert Keith Chesterton was never known for his predictability.
Ah, yes. GKC, friend and foe of Mr. Bernard Shaw himself.
Very much. Mr. Chesterton was an icon all to himself. A giant, really, in modern literature.
Mm-hmm.
He was an essayist, critic, poet, novelist, social commentator, extremely controversial, like his pal Bernard Shaw, and very, very funny.
And will he be reading from his own works?
Oh, yes, ably assisted by one of our veteran actors, Mr. Neil Barclay, and it was all put together by Mr. Tony Van Bridge.
One of the Shaw Festival's most revered and senior actors.
Yes, with his own history and contribution to Canadian theatre that is a story in itself.
And maybe destined for radio, too.
Oh, that would be nice.
He really is quite late.
I'm wondering if... wait, I think...
I must apologize for being late. But since I had to give up my seat on the bus to two ladies, I decided to walk. Now, I am firmly of the opinion that I was born on the 29th of May, 1874, on Camden Hill, Kensington, and baptized in the little church of St. George, opposite the large waterworks tower that dominates that ridge. I indignantly deny that the church was chosen because it needed the whole water power of West London to turn me into a Christian. The very first thing I can ever remember seeing with my own eyes was a young man walking across a bridge. He had a curly moustache and an attitude of confidence verging on swagger. He carried in his hand a disproportionately large key of a shining yellow metal, and wore a large golden or gilded crown. The bridge he was crossing on sprang on the one side from the edge of a highly perilous mountain chasm, and at the other end it joined the upper part of the tower of an almost excessively castellated castle. In the castle tower there was one window, out of which a young lady was looking. I cannot remember in the least what she looked like, but I will do battle with anyone who denies her superlative good looks. To those who may object that such a scene is rare in the home life of house agents living immediately to the north of Kensington High Street, I shall be compelled to admit not that the scene was unreal, but that I saw it through a window much more wonderful than the window in the tower. I saw it through the proscenium arch of a toy theatre constructed by my father, and that the young man in the crown was about 6 inches high, and proved on investigation to be made of cardboard. I have no shadow of recollection of what the young man was doing on the bridge, or of what he proposed to do with the key, though a later and wearier knowledge of literature and legend hints to me that he was not improbably going to release the lady from captivity. All the rest is gone. Scenes, subject, story, characters. But that one scene glows in my memory like a glimpse of some incredible paradise. And for all I know, I shall still remember it when all other memory is gone out of my mind. Early impressions count considerably in life. All my life I have loved edges and the boundary lines that bring one thing sharply against another, prosceniums and frames, limits. And I will maintain that the largest wilderness looks larger seen through a window. I've said that the toy theatre was made by my father. It is therefore to him that I owe so much for this first picture of life. My father was the head of a hereditary business of house agents and surveyors, which had already been established for some 3 generations in Kensington. My people belonged to that rather old-fashioned English middle class. And one peculiarity of this middle class was that it really was a class, and it really was in the middle. Both for good and evil, and certainly often to excess, It was separated both from the class above it and the class below. It knew far too little of the working classes, to the grave peril of a later generation. It knew far too little even of its own servants. There was a sort of silence and embarrassment between them. A lady of my family went to live in a friend's house during the friend's absence, to be waited on by a sort of superior servant. Now, the lady had got it fixed in her head that the servant cooked her own meals separately, whereas the servant was equally fixed on the policy of eating what was left over from the lady's meals. Now, the servant sent up for breakfast, say, 5 rashers of bacon, which was more than the lady wanted. But the lady had another fixed freak of conscience, common in the ladies of the period. She thought that nothing should be wasted, and could not see that even a thing consumed is wasted if not wanted. She ate the 5 rashers. The servant consequently sent up 7 rashers. The lady paled a little, but followed the path of duty and ate them all. The servant, beginning to feel that she too would like a little breakfast, sent up 9 or 10 rashers. The lady, rallying all her powers, charged at them with her head down and swept them from the field. And so I suppose it went on, owing to the polite silence between the two social classes. I dare not think how it ended. The logical conclusion would seem to be that the servant starved and the lady burst. There's been frequent calls to refer to my size. On the occasion, for instance, of one of my many encounters with my good friend Mr. George Bernard Shaw, he prodded a finger into this ample and now notorious part of my anatomy and said, "What are you going to call it?" I said, well, if it's a girl, I shall call it Elizabeth. If it's a boy, I shall call it Gilbert Keith. But if it's just wind, I shall call it George Bernard Shaw. And on a similar occasion, I patted Shaw on his non-existent tummy and said, "I see there's been a famine." And he patted me back and said, "Yes, and we can see why, can't we?" But to return to my beginnings, the old middle class really was an educated class. It attached rather too much importance to spelling correctly. It attached enormous importance to speaking correctly, and it did spell and speak correctly. There was a whole world in which nobody was more likely to drop an H than to pick up a title. And this care about education and diction, though I can see much to criticize in it now, did have its good side. It meant my father knew all his English literature backwards, and that I knew a great deal of it by heart long before I could get it into my head. I knew pages of Shakespeare's blank verse without a notion of the meaning of most of it, which is perhaps the right way to begin to appreciate verse. And it's also recorded of me that at the age of 6 or 7 I walked down the street excitedly reciting the words, "Good Hamlet, cast this nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust." At which appropriate moment I tripped and pitched forward on my nose. I used to say that the account of my own life ought to consist of a series of short stories like those of Sherlock Holmes. Only his were astonishing examples of observation and mine astonishing examples of lack of observation. The tale is told that I once sent a telegram to my wife in London which read, "Am in Market Harborough. Where ought I to be?" I cannot remember whether this story is true, but it's not unlikely, or I think unreasonable. Perhaps it would be the exaggeration of eulogy to call me a tidy person. But I can always pretty satisfactorily account for all my possessions. I can always tell where they are and what I've done with them, so long as I can keep them out of my pockets. If once anything slips into these unknown abysses, I wave it a sad Virgilian farewell. The same presumption applies to the things I dropped into the sea. They tell us that on the last day the sea will give up its dead, and I suppose that on that same occasion long strings of extraordinary things will come running out of my pockets. But I've forgotten what any of them are. A railway ticket. 3rd class, Oxford to London. I'm going to tell you a story. I will not say that this story is true, because as you will soon see, it is all truth and no story. It has no explanation and no conclusion. It is, like most of the other things we encounter in life, a fragment of something else which would be intensely exciting if it were not too large to be seen. My experience was a fragment of this nature, and it is at any rate not fictitious. Not only am I not making up the incidents, what there were of them, but I'm not making up the atmosphere or the landscape, which were the whole horror of the thing. I remember them vividly, and they were truly as I shall now describe. About noon of an ashen autumn day some years ago, I was standing outside the station at Oxford, intending to take the train to London. And for some reason, out of idleness, or the emptiness of my mind, or the emptiness of the pale grey sky, or the cold, a kind of caprice fell upon me that I would not go by that train at all, but would step out on the road and walk at least part of the way to London. Now, I do not know if other people are made like me in this matter, but for me, it's always dreary weather that stings into life a sense of action and romance. On bright blue days, I do not want anything to happen. The world is complete and beautiful, a thing for contemplation. But when the background of a man's life is a grey background, then I desire to paint on it in fire and gore. So the monotonous weather seemed to render unbearable the use of the monotonous train, and I set out into the country lanes out of the town of Oxford. When I had walked for some hours, the evening was closing in. A sickly sunset clung to the horizon, as if pale with reluctance to leave the world in the dark. And as it faded more and more, the skies seemed to come closer and to threaten. The clouds, which had been merely sullen, became swollen. And then they loosened and let down the dark curtains of the rain. The rain was blinding and seemed to beat like blows from an enemy at close quarters. The skies seemed to be bending over and bawling in my ears. I walked on many more miles before I met a man. In that distance, my mind had been made up, and when I met him, I asked him if anywhere in the neighbourhood I could pick up the train for London. He directed me to a small, silent station which stood well away from the road and looked as lonely as a hut on the Andes. I do not think I have ever seen such a thing as that station. It looked as if it had been raining there since the creation of the world. The water streamed from the soaking wood of it as if it were not water at all, but some loathsome liquid corruption of the wood itself, as if the solid station were eternally falling to pieces and pouring away in filth. It took me nearly 10 minutes to find a man in the station. When I did, he was a dull one. And when I asked him if there was a train to London, his answer was sleepy and vague. But as far as I could understand him, he said there would be a train in about half an hour. I sat down and lit a cigar and waited, watching the last tail of the tattered sunset and listening to the everlasting rain. It may have been in half an hour or less that a train came rather slowly into the station. It was an unnaturally dark train. I could not see a light anywhere in the long black body of it, and I could not see any guard, so I was reduced to walking up to the engine and calling out to the stoker to ask if the train was going to London. "Well, yes, sir," he said with an unaccountable kind of reluctance. "It's going to London, but..." And even as he spoke, it was just starting, and I jumped into the first carriage. It was pitch dark. I sat there, smoking and wondering, as we steamed through the continually darkening landscape lined with desolate poplars, until he slowed down and stopped irrationally in the middle of a field. I heard a heavy noise, as if someone clambering off the train, and a dark, ragged head suddenly put itself in the window. "Excuse me, sir," said the stoker, "but I think perhaps you ought to know. There's a dead man in this train. I regret to say I expressed myself politely but firmly to the effect that I didn't care so much as long as the train took me to London. But when it had started again with its unknown burden, I did do one thing, and that quite instinctively, without stopping to think. I threw away my cigar, something that is as old as man and has to do with all mourning and ceremonial, told me to do it. There was something unnecessarily horrible, it seemed to me, in the idea of there being only two men in that train, one of them dead and the other smoking a cigar. And as the red and gold of the butt end of it faded like a funeral torch trampled out at some symbolic moment of a procession, I realized the origin and essence of all ritual. That in the presence of these sacred riddles, about which we can say nothing, it is often more decent merely to do something. And I realize that ritual will always mean throwing away something, destroying our corn or wine upon the altar of the gods. When the train panted at last into Paddington Station, I sprang out of it with a newly released curiosity. There was a barrier of officials guarding the rear part of the train. No one was allowed to press towards it. They were guarding and hiding something, perhaps death in some too shocking form, so mixed up with human mystery and wickedness that the law had to give it a sort of sanctity. I went out gladly enough into the streets and saw the lamps shining on the laughing faces. Nor have I ever known, from that day to this, what strange story I had wandered into, or what frightful thing was my companion in the dark. One day, as I was leaving London for a holiday, a friend walked into my flat in Battersea and found me surrounded with half-packed luggage. "You seem to be off on your travels," he said. "Where are you going?" "To Battersea," I replied. "The wit of your remark escapes me," he said. "I am going to Battersea," I repeated, "via Paris, Heidelberg, and Frankfurt." My remark contained no wit, it contained simple truth. I am going to wander over the whole world until once more I find Battersea. Somewhere in the seas of sunset or of sunrise, somewhere in the ancient archipelago of the earth, there is one little island which I wish to find, an island of low green hills and great white cliffs. Travellers tell me that it is called England. Scottish travellers tell me that it is called Britain. And there is a rumour that somewhere in the heart of it there is a beautiful place called Battersea. "I suppose it's unnecessary to tell you that this is Battersea," said my friend with an air of intellectual compassion. "It's quite unnecessary," I said, "and it is spiritually untrue. I cannot see any Battersea here. I cannot see any London or any England. I cannot see that door. I cannot see that chair, because a cloud of sleep and custom has come across my eyes. The only way to go back to them is to go somewhere else. The whole object of travel is not to set foot in foreign lands. It is at last to set foot on one's own country as a foreign land. The only way to go to England is to go away from it." And when after only a month's travelling I did come back to England, I was startled to find that I had told the exact truth. England did break upon me, at once beautifully new and beautifully old. A poem by me. Before the Roman came to Rye or out to Severn strode, the rolling English drunkard made the rolling English road. A rolling road that rambles round the shire, and after him the parson ran, the sexton and the squire. A merry road, a mazy road, and such as we did tread, the night we went to Birmingham by way of Beachy Head. I knew no harm of Bonaparte and plenty of the squire, and for to fight the Frenchmen I did not much desire. But I did bash their bagonets, because they came arrayed to straighten out the crooked road an English drunkard made, where you and I went down the lane with ale mugs in our hands, the night we went to Glastonbury by way of Goodwin Sands. His sins, they were forgiven him, or why do flowers run behind him, and the hedges all strengthening in the sun. The wild thing went from left to right, and knew not which was which, but the wild rose was above him when they found him in the ditch. God pardon us, nor harden us, we did not see so clear the night we went to Bannockburn by way of Brighton Pier. My friends, we will not go again, nor ape at ancient rage, or stretch the folly of our youth to be the shame of age, but walk with clearer eyes and ears this path that wandereth, and see undrugged in evening light the decent inn of death. For there is good news yet to hear, and fine things to be seen, before we go to paradise by way of Kensal Green. In the early days, it was my fate to wander over many parts of England, delivering what were politely called lectures. There was a considerable appetite for such bleak entertainment, especially in the north of England, and among certain active nonconformist centres, even in the suburbs of London. Oh, with the mention of bleakness, there comes back to me the memory of one particular chapel, lying in the last featureless wastes to the north of London, to which I actually had to make my way through a blinding snowstorm, which I enjoyed very much because I like snowstorms. I was exposed to the elements for nearly 2 hours, and by the time I arrived at the chapel, I must have roughly resembled the snowman the children make in the garden. I proceeded to lecture, God knows on what, and was about to resume my wintry journey when the worthy minister of the chapel, robustly rubbing his hands and slapping his chest and beaming at me with the rich hospitality of Father Christmas, said in a deep, hearty, fruity voice, "Come, Mr. Chesterton, it's a bitter cold night. Do let me offer you an arrowroot biscuit." I assured him gratefully that I felt no such craving. I confess that the thought of returning through the snow and freezing blast for 2 more hours with the glow of that one biscuit within me, and the arrowroot fire running through my veins, struck me as a little out of proportion. I fear it was with considerable pleasure that I crossed the road and entered a public house immediately opposite the chapel, under the very eyes of the nonconformist conscience. Oh, once I was nearly arrested by 2 excited policemen in Yorkshire. I was on holiday. I was engaged in that rich and intricate mass of pleasures which we disguise by the exoteric name of nothing. At the moment in question, I was throwing a big Swedish knife at a tree, practicing that useful trick by which in Stevenson's romances men murder each other. Suddenly, the forest was full of 2 policemen. They asked what the knife was, who I was, why I was throwing it, what my address was, trade, religion, opinion on the Japanese war, name a favorite cat, and so on. They also said I was damaging the tree, which was, I'm sorry to say, not true because I could not hit it. After some half hour's animated conversation, the exhibition of an envelope, an unfinished poem, which was read with great care, and I trust some profit, the elder of the 2 knights became convinced that I really was what I professed to be. That I was a journalist, that I was on the Daily News, that I lived in a particular place, that I was at present stopping with particular people in Yorkshire who happened to be wealthy and well known in the neighbourhood. The policeman acquitted me and let me pass. But, I said, what of the mangled tree? It was to the rescue of that tree, once a giant of the forest, now splintered and laid low by the brute superiority of a Swedish knife, that you rushed like knights errant. The facts of which I have just convinced you, that my name is Chesterton and that I am living with the well-known and philanthropic Mr. Blank of Ilkley, cannot have anything to do with the question of whether I have been guilty of cruelty to vegetables. I made the larger part of this speech to the empty wood, for the 2 policemen had vanished almost as quickly as they had come. It's very possible, of course, that they were elves. In that case, The somewhat illogical character of their view of crime, law, and personal responsibility would find a bright and elvish explanation. Perhaps if I had lingered in the glade till moonrise, I might have seen rings of tiny policemen dancing on the sward, or running about with glowworm lamps, arresting grasshoppers for damaging blades of grass. But taking the bolder hypothesis that they really were policemen, I found myself in a certain difficulty. I was certainly accused of something which was either an offence or was not. I was let off because it was proved I was a guest at a well-known house. The inference seems painfully clear. Either it is not a proof of infamy to throw a knife about in a lonely wood, or else it is a proof of innocence to know a rich man. Some time ago, while I was meditating upon morality, I was, so to speak, snatched up and put in a jury box to try people. I was put into this jury box because I lived in Battersea and my name began with the C. Looking round me, I saw that there were also summoned and in attendance in the courts whole crowds and processions of men, all of whom lived in Battersea and all of whose names began with the C. It seems that they always summon jurymen in this sweeping alphabetical way. At one official blow, Battersea is denuded of all its C's and left to get on as best it can with the rest of the alphabet. We settle down with a rollicking ease in our seats, for we are a devil-may-care race, the C's of Battersea. And an oath was administered to us in an almost inaudible manner. We understood, however, that we were to well and truly try the case between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar, neither of whom had as yet put in an appearance. Just as I was wondering whether the king and the prisoner were perhaps coming to an amicable understanding in some adjoining public house, the prisoner's head appeared above the barrier of the dock. He was accused of stealing bicycles and was the great image of a good friend of mine. We did well and truly try the case between the king and the prisoner, and we came to the conclusion that the king was in no way implicated. Then we passed on to a woman who had neglected her children, and who looked as if somebody or something had neglected her. Never have I stood so close to pain. And out of this came a curious realization of a political or social truth. I saw with an indescribable kind of clearness what a jury really is and why we must never let it go. The trend of our epoch has been consistently towards specialism and professionalism. We tend to have trained soldiers because they fight better, trained singers because they sing better, trained dancers because they dance better, and so on and so on. And the principle has been applied to law and politics. Now, one of the 4 or 5 paradoxes which should be taught to every infant prattling at his mother's knee is the following: that the more a man looks at a thing, the less he can see it. And the more a man learns a thing, the less he knows it. It is a terrible business to mark out a man for vengeance, but it is a thing to which a man can grow accustomed, as he can to other terrible things. The horrible thing about all legal officials, even the best, about all judges, magistrates, barristers, detectives, and policemen, is not that they're wicked. Some of them are quite good. Not that they're stupid. Several of them are quite intelligent. It's simply that they've got used to it. Strictly, they do not see the prisoner in the dock. All they see is the usual man in the usual place. They do not see their awful court of judgment. They see only their own workshop. Therefore, the instinct of Christian civilization has most wisely declared that into their judgments there shall upon every occasion be infused fresh blood and fresh thoughts from the streets. Men shall come in who can see the court and see the crowd, and the coarse faces of policemen and professional criminals, the wasted faces of the wastrels, the unreal faces of the gesticulating counsel, and see it all as one sees a new picture or a play hitherto unvisited. Our civilization has decided that determining the guilt and innocence of men is a thing too important to be trusted to trained men. It wishes for light upon that awful matter, so it asks men who know no more law than I know, but who can feel the things that I felt in that jury box. When it wants a library catalogued or a solar system discovered or any trifle of that kind, it uses up its specialists. But when it wishes anything done which is really serious, it collects 12 ordinary men. The same thing was done, if I remember correctly, by the founder of Christianity. Another poem. The Donkey. When fishes flew and forests walked and figs grew upon thorn, some moment when the moon was blood, then surely I was born. With monstrous head and sickening cry, and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody on all four-footed things. The tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will, starve, scourge, deride me, I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools! For I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet. There was a shout about my ears, and palms before my feet. When people ask me, or indeed anybody else, why did you join the Church of Rome? The first essential answer, if it is partly an elliptical answer, is to get rid of my sins. For there is no other religious system that does really profess to get rid of people's sins. It's confirmed by the logic, which to many seems startling, by which the Church deduces that sin confessed and adequately repented is actually abolished, and that the sinner does really begin again, as if he had never sinned. And this brought me sharply back to those visions of childhood. The indescribable and indestructible certitude in the soul that those first years of innocence were the beginning of something worthy, perhaps more worthy than any of the things that actually followed them. I spoke of the strange daylight, which was something more than the light of common day, that still seems in my memory to shine on those steep roads down from Camden Hill, from which one could see the Crystal Palace from afar. Well, when a Catholic comes from confession, he does truly, by definition, step out again into that dawn of his own beginning and look with new eyes across the world to a Crystal Palace that really is of crystal. He believes in the dim corner and in that brief ritual, God has really remade him in his own image. He's now a new experiment of the Creator. He's as much a new experiment as he was when he was 5 years old. He stands, as I said, in the white light at the worthy beginning of the life of a man. The accumulations of time can no longer terrify. He may be grey and gouty, but he is only 5 minutes old. I've sometimes been haunted with a vague story about a wild and fantastic uncle, the enemy of parents and the cause of revolution in the nurseries, who went about preaching a certain theory. I mean, the theory that all the objects which children use at Christmas for what we call riotous or illegitimate purposes were originally created for those purposes, and not for the humdrum household purposes which they now serve. For instance, we will suppose that the story begins with a pillow fight in a night nursery, and boys buffeting and bashing each other with those white and shapeless clubs. The uncle, who would be a professor of immense learning and even greater imagination and inventiveness, would proceed to make himself unpopular with parents and popular with children by proving that the pillow in prehistoric art is obviously designed to be a club. That the sham fight in the night nursery is actually more ancient and authoritative than the whole institution of beds and bedclothes. That in some innocent morning of the world, such cherubim warred on each other with such clouds, possibly made of white samite, mystic, wonderful, and stuffed with feathers from the angel's wings. And that it was only afterwards, when weariness fell upon the world and the young gods had grown tired of their godlike sports, that they slept with their heads upon these weapons. And so, by a gradual dislocation of the whole original purpose of a pillow, it came to be recognized as having its proper place on a bed. Any number of these legends could be launched with ease and grace and general gratification. It would be urged to eagerly assenting little boys that catapults are really older and more majestic than windows. Windows were merely targets set up for catapults. Clear and fragile, that such archaic archers might be rewarded with a crash and sparkle of crystal. That it was only after the oppressive priesthood of the Middle Paleolithic had ruthlessly suppressed the catapult culture that people had gradually come to use the now useless glass targets for purposes of light and ventilation. Similarly, butter was originally used solely for the purpose of making butter slides in the paths of parents and guardians. And it was only by a late accident in the life of some prominent, though prostrate citizen who happened to lick the pavement that its edible qualities were discovered. True, I cannot set forth here in any great detail any actual proofs of these prehistoric origins, but it seems to me we have as much right to imagine cheerful origins as, for instance, Dr. Freud has to imagine gloomy ones. And we beg to announce with the same authority that everything began with a celestial pillow fight of cherubs, and that the whole world was made entirely for the games of children. Mentioning an uncle is enough to recall even wider memories. One of my first is playing in the garden under the care of a girl with ropes of golden hair, to whom my mother called out from the house, "You are an angel," which I was disposed to accept without metaphor. She's now living in Vancouver as Mrs. Kidd. I was once interviewed on one of those programs on the wireless in which the person being interrogated was asked a series of standard questions, among which was the following. If you were marooned on a desert island, which book would you most like to have with you? Naturally, many who were asked this question answered it variously. Some said Shakespeare, Milton, Dickens, and so on. Not a few said the Bible. I must confess I took a different view of this matter, and I said that should I find myself under such circumstances, the book I would most like to have with me would be Thomson's Guide to Practical Boat Building. There was another time when I was asked what I thought of Mr. George Bernard Shaw. I had no difficulty in answering that I thought of Mr. George Bernard Shaw very much as I had always thought of him. I actually wrote a book about him in the ancient days, and I'm happy to say that he reviewed it himself. With the typical opening, "This is the best work of literary art that I have yet provoked." I was destined to see some of Shaw's skylarking on one occasion, and to be privileged to play the fool with him far from the political platform, if not so very far from the theatrical stage. It began by Bernard Shaw coming to my house in Beaconsfield in the heartiest spirits and proposing that we should appear together, disguised as cowboys, in a film of some sort projected by Sir James Barrie. I will not describe the purpose or character of the performance, because nobody ever discovered it, with the exception, presumably, of Sir James. But throughout the proceedings, even Barrie had the appearance of concealing his secret from himself. All I could gather was that two other well-known persons, Lord Howard de Walden and Mr. William Archer, the grave Scottish critic and translator of Ibsen, had also consented to be cowboys. "Well," I said, after a somewhat blank pause of reflection, God forbid that anyone should say that I could not see a joke if Mr. William Archer could see it. Then, after a pause, I asked, "But what is the joke?" Shaw replied with hilarious vagueness that nobody knew what the joke was. That was the joke. The mysterious proceeding divided itself into two parts. One consisted of an appointment in a sort of abandoned brickfield somewhere in the wilds of Essex, in which spot, it was alleged, our cow-punching costumes were already concealed. The other consisted of an invitation to supper at the Savoy to talk things over with Barry and Granville Barker. I kept both these melodramatic assignations, and though neither of them threw any light upon what we were supposed to be doing, they were both very amusing in their way, and rather different from what one might have expected. We went down to the wasteland in Essex, and found our Wild West equipment. But considerable indignation was felt against William Archer, who, with true Scottish foresight, arrived there first and put on the best pair of trousers. They were indeed a magnificent pair of fur trousers, while the other three riders of the prairie had to be content with canvas trousers. A running commentary upon this piece of individualism continued throughout the afternoon, while we were being rolled in barrels, roped over fake precipices, and eventually turned loose in a field to lasso wild ponies, which were so tame that they ran after us instead of our running after them, and nosed in our pockets for pieces of sugar. Whatever may be the strain on credulity, it's also a fact that we all got onto the same motor bicycle, the wheels of which were spun round under us to produce the illusion of hurtling like a thunderbolt down the mountain pass. When the rest finally vanished over the cliffs, clinging to the rope, they left me behind as a necessary weight to secure it. And Granville Barker kept calling out to me to register self-sacrifice and register resignation, which I did with such wild and sweeping gestures as occurred to me, not, I am proud to say, without general applause. Now, about this time, Barry, with his little figure behind his large pipe, was standing about in an impenetrable manner, and nothing could extract from him the faintest indication of why we were being put through these ordeals. It was as if the smoke that rose from that pipe was a vapor not only of magic, but of black magic. But the other half of the mystery was, if possible, more mysterious. It was all the more mysterious because it was public, not to say crowded. I went to the Savoy supper under the impression that Barry and Barker would explain to a small party some small part of the scheme. Instead of that, I found the stage of the Savoy Theatre thronged with nearly everybody in London, as the society papers say when they mean everybody in society. From the Prime Minister, Mr. Asquith, to the most cryptic Oriental attaché, they were all there dining at little tables and talking about everything but the matter at hand. At least, they were all there except Sir James Barry, who on this occasion made himself almost completely invisible. Towards the end of the meal, Sir Edward Elgar casually remarked to my wife, "I suppose you know you're being filmed all this time." From what I know of my wife, it's unlikely that she was brandishing a champagne bottle or otherwise attracting social attention. But some of them were throwing bread about and showing marked relaxation from the cares of state. Then the original four, whom destiny had selected for a wild western life, were approached with private instructions, which worked out in public as follows. The stage was cleared, and the company adjourned to the auditorium, where Bernard Shaw harangued them in a furious speech with savage gesticulations, denouncing Barker and Barry, and finally drawing a sword. The other three of us rose at this signal, also brandishing swords, and stormed the stage, going out through the back scenery. And there we, whoever we were, disappear forever from the record and reasonable understanding of mankind. For never from that day to this has the faintest light been thrown on the reasons for our remarkable behavior. I have since heard in a remote and roundabout way a certain vague suggestion to the effect that there was some symbolical notion of our vanishing from real life and being captured or caught up in the film world of romance, being engaged through all the rest of the play in struggling to fight our way back to reality. Whether this was the idea, I have never known for certain. I only know that I received immediately afterwards a friendly and apologetic note from Sir James Barrie saying that the whole scheme was going to be dropped. I do not know, but I have often wondered, and have sometimes fancied that there was another sense, darker than my own fancy, in which the secret put in Barry's pipe had ended in smoke. There had really been a sort of unearthly unreality in all the levity of those last hours, like something high and shrill that might crack. And it did crack. I've sometimes wondered whether it was felt that this fantasy of fashionable London would appear incongruous with something that happened some days later. For what happened then was that a certain ultimatum went out from the Austrian government against Serbia. I rang up Morris Baring at a further stage of that rapidly developing business, and I can remember the tones of his voice when he said, "We've got to fight. They've all got to fight. I don't see how anybody can help it." If the cowboys were indeed struggling to find the road back to reality, they found it all right. The aim of life is appreciation. There's no sense in not appreciating things. And there's no sense in having more of them if you have less appreciation of them. I once said that a Cockney lamppost painted pea green was better than no light or no life, and that if it was a lonely lamppost, we might really see its light better against the background of the dark. The modern millionaire comes bustling along the street to tell me he is an optimist and has 2,005,000 new lampposts, already painted not a Victorian pea green, but a futuristic chrome yellow and electric blue, and that he will plant them over the whole world in such numbers that nobody will notice them, especially as they will all look exactly the same. And I cannot quite see what the optimist has got to be optimistic about. A lamppost can be significant although it is ugly. But he's not making lampposts significant, he's making them insignificant. In short, as it seems to me, it matters very little whether a man is discontented if his discontent paralyzes his power of appreciating what he has got. The real difficulty of man is not to enjoy lampposts or landscapes, not to enjoy dandelions or chops, but to enjoy enjoyment, to keep the capacity of really liking what he likes. That is the practical problem which the philosopher has to solve. And it seemed to me at the beginning, as it seems to me now in the end, that the pessimists and optimists of the modern world have alike missed and muddled the matter through leaving out the ancient conception of humility and the thanks of the unworthy. And as I begin to believe more and more that a clue was to be found in such principles, even if it was a paradox, I was more and more disposed to seek out those who specialized in humility, though for them it was the door of heaven, and for me, the door of earth. For me, my end is my beginning, and this overwhelming conviction that there is one key which can unlock all doors brings me back to my first glimpse of the glorious gift of the senses and the sensational experience of sensation. And there starts up again before me, standing sharp and clear as in old, the figure of a man who crosses a bridge and who carries a key, as I saw him when I first looked into fairyland through the window of my father's toy theatre. Thank you, and good day.
You've been listening to GKC by Tony Van Bridge, the last in this year's Bell Canada Reading Series from the Shaw Festival. It was based on the writings of G.K. Chesterton and adapted and directed by Christopher Newton and Tony Van Bridge. In the part of Gilbert Keith Chesterton, you heard Neil Barclay. The Bell Canada Reading Series is recorded live at the Royal George Theatre in Niagara-on-the-Lake, Ontario, with special thanks going to Bill Talbot, Jim Smagata, and Christine Oakey. The recording engineer was Joe Mahoney, and the producer of the Bell Canada Reading Series is Barbara Worthy. That's it for tonight.
And now at 2 minutes past 3, it's time for Afternoon Theatre.
All right, Ben, come on, boy. Out here. Grub up. Hello. Harriet. How'd it go? Oh, tons better. Still on a liquid diet, but... yeah, well, I've got to have some consolation. Yes, Ben's having his supper right now. I didn't forget. Look, and don't worry. Of course I'll be at Gatwick tomorrow. I'm okay now. It's just a 24-hour bug. Yeah. Sure. Give my love to Gay Perry, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye. Okay, bell top. Ben! Oh, hello there. Long time no see. You better come in. It's just me and the hound, I'm afraid. Oh, for God's sake, dog! Harriet insisted we had him. You're pretty isolated here. And, of course, all the bits we keep buying. Investments against the rainy day when the books stop selling. You never know in this game. Now then, what shall it be? Gin, whiskey, vodka, Campari? And if it's not too much to ask, what exactly are you... Huh? Ah!
Long Time No See by Joan Sadler, with Michael McStay as Inspector Burgess and Jean Trend as Harriet Bell. Long Time No See.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bell? Harriet Bell?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Burgess. I've a car.
Oh, thank you. I can't believe... I was only speaking to him a few hours ago.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bell. What, through here?
It wasn't raining in Paris.
Well, I think it's only a shower. My car's just there. Shall we make a dash for it? What time did you speak to him?
Last night, soon after 10. The dog.
Oh, he's all right. He was shut in the kitchen. Did he say he was expecting anyone?
Alan? No. He should have been in Paris with me. If it hadn't been for a stupid tummy bug. How did you... Who found him?
The couple who worked for you, the Pollacks, when they came to the house this morning. He'd been dead some time, before midnight, certainly.
How?
We haven't found the weapon. We're searching. It was a knife. How long have you been living at Longfield?
6 months. We bought the house in March.
Oh, it's pretty isolated.
Ideal, it seemed, for us. We write thrillers in collaboration.
Yes. My wife and I are Harriet Allen fans. We've read them all.
Really? Thank you.
Who else knew you in Paris alone?
The Pollacks, of course, and our agent.
That's all?
To my knowledge. Unless Alan, of course.
Is there anyone who might have had a grievance against your husband?
You think it was planned?
How long had you been married?
10 years. And there was no one, I'd swear, in that time.
How about before?
He never said much about before, except it hadn't been easy.
When did his stomach upset start?
Wednesday evening.
Something he ate?
It's possible. He said a bug.
When you spoke to him?
Yes.
What else?
Oh, he was feeling better. Certain he'd be all right to pick me up at Gatwick this evening. Where are we going?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to identify the mortuary at Barston.
No idea of the number, I suppose. Registration letter? No, of course not. Okay, I'll pass it on. Thanks, dear. Morning, Inspector.
Who was that?
Policewoman Dorothy Weeks. Lives in Longfield Village and off duty on Thursday night. Overtook a light-coloured Mini near the back gate to the Bell's house around 9. Thought it might have been about to pull off on the verge or turn in. Didn't register much at the time. Thought we should know, just in case.
Ah, you'll follow it up?
Sure. Oh, and the checkout on Alan Bell has come through.
Already?
Positive, too, here. Manslaughter charge, 1967.
2 years suspended. 67, that's some years back. Still, you never know. I'll want the details.
Underway. I'm leaning on them.
Manslaughter. A rough boy, maybe, Mr. Bell. How's the search?
Nothing yet. The gardener chap went berserk when we went through his flower beds. My God, he's a funny one. Pollack. German, I'd say.
Mrs. Pollack?
That's right.
Inspector Burgess.
Oh. Or perhaps you'd better come in. Though my husband and I told the young policeman yesterday the little we know. Oh, do sit down. Poor Mr. Bell. It's a terrible thing. In the prime of life, really.
I understand it was you and your husband who found him.
Well, just me, actually. Ernest went straight to the garden like he always does. I can't get it out of my mind. The dog had been sick, and worse, all over my kitchen. The downstairs lights were still on. And when I looked in that lounge...
Did you call us immediately?
Well, I called my husband first. I mean, I was knocked all of a heap. It was horrible.
Yes. It must have been most unpleasant for you. Oh, this is a charming little place.
Oh, it used to be a forester's cottage. Of course, it goes with a job. Not too far from the house. Not too close.
How close? 5 minutes or so?
About that. By the path through the wood. We normally take the long way round through the village. You don't get the mud.
You go on foot?
Lord, no. We both got bikes.
Have you seen Mrs. Bell this morning?
No. I give her a ring. We don't work over there Saturdays. But, of course, if there'd been anything we could do,
You were with the previous owners?
The Lamberts. That's right. All of 28 years. They moved to Spain for the sunshine.
Ah.
Laura?
Yes?
Oh, there's so many beans out there. Will you be freezing today?
Oh, my husband, Inspector Burgess.
We said yesterday all we knew.
Yes, we appreciate that. Just a few odd points, Mr. Pollack.
Oh, shoes off then, Ernest.
How was Mr. Bell when you saw him on Thursday?
Well, like we've already said. Complained of stomach pains and didn't want to eat.
Did you see him that day, Mr. Pollack?
Just a few minutes. In the morning.
What about?
The tomatoes. He wanted them up.
Did he know much about gardening?
My husband worked that garden for 28 years, and the Lamberts never once had cause for complaint.
He complained?
He criticised sometimes.
Where do you keep your tools?
Back of the house.
Used to be a stable.
And I'll tell you something. I made all those tool racks myself.
You know, then, if anything was missing.
They asked yesterday. I showed them nothing is missing. Everything is in its place.
You're not from this part of the world, Mr. Pollack?
I was born in Vienna.
Ernest lost all his family at Auschwitz. There was an internment camp here at the end of the war.
But I am British now. I have my papers.
Mrs. Pollack, did you see Mr. Bell before you left?
Just briefly. About 5. He said he thought a good night's rest had put him right.
Did he say anything about expecting a visitor?
By rights, he should have been in Paris with her.
But he wasn't. He was at home. I'm wondering if he invited anyone over for a company.
Not to my knowledge.
Where were you both on Thursday evening?
Here at home.
All the evening?
Well...
Like we always are every evening.
Did you see or hear anything unusual?
No, nothing at all.
From what you've seen of the Bells, would you say the marriage was a happy one?
They work very hard. I couldn't really give an opinion.
Made any friends here in Longfield?
The Morgans went to dinner there once. Mr. Bell did the cooking, but not the washing up after.
Any guests to stay?
Colonel Ferguson come for a night. He's Mrs. Bell's uncle. At least she calls him uncle. He used to live round this way, knew the Lamberts quite well.
Well, how about people calling in, for drinks maybe?
No, they kept themselves to themselves.
And the Morgans who came to dinner, who are they?
Old Vicarage, that White House by the pond. He's a naval commander, retired.
Let me top you up, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
An old salt doesn't like drinking alone. Yes, the wife and I had dinner up there with them once. When was it, Hilda?
July the 9th, a Wednesday.
He cooked. Goulash or something.
Very good it was, too.
We invited them back, of course, but there was always some excuse. Too busy, I suppose, all those books.
Oh, what made him invite you?
Wanted to pick my brains, eh, Hilda?
He was quite frank about it.
New thriller was to be about a drug smuggling ring, run by an old naval type like myself. We'll dedicate it to you, he said.
Why, are you au fait with drug smuggling?
Well, my father could have told him a few tales about the Yanks he run years ago. Opium, of course, those days. Not quite what they were after.
How long have you been living here in Longfield?
15 years. Smashing place. Lovely country, not too far from the sea.
Do you know Colonel Ferguson? The Lamberts used to live round this way, friend of theirs.
Charles Ferguson? Oh, of course, splendid chap. DSO. Moved away, when was it, Hilda?
78, dear. Late October.
You seen him since?
No, alas. Though it was through him, I believe, the Bells bought the house.
She's his niece, or something.
Serving officer?
Retired, like yours truly. Making the most of a pension, what?
And where's he living now?
No idea. Dare say Harriet could tell you. Don't suppose we'll ever get that dedication, no.
Charles Ferguson, 2 S's, was a friend of my mother's. All right, Ben. I just call him Uncle, perhaps because I've no other relatives. It was through him, in fact, we heard of the house.
Has he been down?
Just for a night, back in June. He and Alan didn't hit it off very well.
Oh, how was that?
Oh, Fergie's very much the old soldier. His flat's full of war trophies, guns, medals, and so on.
Knives?
Possibly. Yes, why?
Not your husband's seen?
Alan was a pacifist. Quite aggressively so when it came to an argument.
Oh, where's he living now?
Fergie? Tufnell Park. As a matter of fact, he's coming to stay for a bit, till I get adjusted.
How did you meet your husband?
Through our agent. We'd both been clients of hers for some time without much success. She suggested collaboration, thought we might spark off something.
And you certainly did.
Death by Arrangement, our first, really made us. Heaven knows how many reprints. The film.
Must be 10 years now.
10 years next March. We were married on publication day.
A successful partnership.
Yes.
In every way?
Well, marriage-wise, it was second time for us both. You'd think he'd have learnt the snags, but we'd quarrel, quite violently sometimes.
Oh, what about?
Oh, petty things. Alan's grammar, his spelling, the fact the books were published under a woman's name, although the plots were mainly all his.
Your agent, can I get in touch?
Well, she was off to New York when I spoke to her on Wednesday.
Ah. How well do you know the Morgans?
Hardly at all. They came here to dinner once. Alan had a hunch the commander knew a thing or two about smuggling.
Any reason?
Nothing really specific.
What does that mean?
Alan was a writer. Over-imaginative, exaggerating things, everyone a potential criminal.
That's possibly so. Where was he from?
Oh, didn't you know? Boston, only 8 miles away, where his brothers and sisters still live. All 5 of them and their offspring.
Have you met him?
He preferred not, so I didn't insist. I just know there's a sister, Beatty, who lives on the Hillcrest estate. Beatty Fuller, I think.
Ever speak about his first wife?
He told me her name was Elaine.
Did you have set working hours?
We worked separate rooms every morning till 1. Often I'd go on in the afternoon, but since we've been living here, Alan's preferred to garden.
Well, you certainly got a superb garden here.
No credit to him. Ernest even designed it, I'm told. But Alan found it therapeutic to mess about with plants and things. Sometimes talked about doing a gardening book.
By Alan Bell?
Oh, of course. I'm no gardener.
Would you know what this is?
Well, I've seen Ernest use one. A pruning knife.
We found it in your drinks cupboard here. It's a strange place for a pruning knife.
Well, perhaps Alan brought it in from the garden. He could be quite absent-minded.
Oh, there's nothing missing from your tool shed.
But where else could it come from?
I don't know. Would he need it for, protection, perhaps?
A knife? Oh, surely not. He had Ben.
Had your husband any other interests?
He liked to cook, when he was in the mood. He worked in a hotel kitchen at one time.
Oh, when was this?
Oh, before we met, when we were both writing solo.
I'd like to have a look at his room while I'm here.
Of course. All right, Ben. Stay there.
You've checked, I suppose, to see if anything's missing.
Well, nothing, I'm sure.
Do you know anyone with a mini, white, or maybe light grey or fawn?
Ernest has got a mini. Light grey. Why?
He might have popped over here on Thursday evening.
I wouldn't have thought so. This is his room. As you see, tidiness wasn't one of his virtues, and I haven't the heart yet. All right, Ben. Excuse me.
Louis, get in, can't you? Oh, Sharon, get his blanket and shove it over the cage.
And turn that damn noise off. It's not proper. Hello? Harriet Bell? Oh, this is Beatty here. Beatty Fuller. That's right. Oh, shattered. Well, Alan was my big brother. I worshipped him as a kid. Wild he was in those days. Never dreamt he'd hit the big time. Not that we've seen much of him since he did. It's about the funeral. I see. Well, when you do, perhaps you'd let me know. Fuller. That's right. We're in the book. OK, Harriet. Of course. Well, as you wish. Well, goodbye, then. Ice cold, she sounded. No flowers, he wouldn't have wanted it. What'd she know about him? He used to grow flowers as a boy, buy the packets out of his own pocket money. Alan's the one with green fingers, Dad always said. Pity he turned out such a sod.
Mrs. Bell?
Ben, all right.
I'm off now. If you'd leave everything as it is in his room...
Yes, of course. His sister Beatty just rang about the funeral.
Oh, we'll let you know as soon as possible. Oh, and Donald Stoner. A friend of your husband's?
Stoner. Means nothing to me.
23 Harbourview Road, Barston. I found this letter addressed to him on his desk.
Not much of a letter.
But to the point.
Nothing doing A.B. Donald Stoner. Sorry, can't help you at all.
Mrs. Stoner?
Yes?
Inspector Burgess.
I see. Perhaps you'd better come in.
Thank you. Is your husband home?
No. He's linesman for Barston Reserves. They're playing an away match today.
What time will he be back?
Oh, late. After 10, I expect.
What does your husband do for a living?
Donald's manager of Flynn's Carpets in Broad Street.
Saturdays off.
Every other one. Excuse me for a moment. Martin! Turn it down a bit, love. I've got a visitor. My younger boy. He starts at Kent University soon. The older one's working in London. Do sit down.
Mrs. Stoner, I think you know why I'm here.
I assume it's to do with him. His death, Alan Bell.
What was the relationship between him and your husband?
Him and Don? None.
But your husband knew him?
Not to my knowledge.
You're sure?
Well, he's never mentioned his name.
Is he local?
Don. He was born in this house.
How long have you been married?
12 years.
So your sons...
Are by my first marriage.
Mrs. Stoner, if your husband didn't know Alan Bell, why weren't you surprised to see me?
I thought you'd come to see me. Not that there's much I could tell you about him after all these years.
You're Elaine.
That's right. They're Alan's boys.
How long since the marriage broke up?
17 years.
You knew he'd come to live at Longfield.
News gets around.
You ever feel the urge to go and see him?
Why? He's nothing to me anymore.
He was successful and rich. You might feel he owed you something, you and the boys. After all, he's their father.
Some father.
Mrs. Stoner, would you know of anyone who might have had a grudge against Alan Bell? Someone back in his past, here in Barston?
Only me.
Or your husband, perhaps?
I've said he didn't know Alan.
To the best of your knowledge. 1967. Were you in touch with Alan Bell at that time?
I never heard a word since the day he left me in May 1965.
Will your husband be home tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
In the morning.
We usually gardens till opening time, weather permitting.
I'll be calling round. Before opening time.
Ice?
Please. It's good to have you here, Fergie.
It's what uncles are for, sweetie. Now, how'd it go in Paris?
Rather well. Thanks for your good wishes. Someone called Henri Benoit has translated our first 3 in one volume. La Rive seemed delighted.
Ah.
And to end like this.
There.
Thanks.
Harriet, as a friend, wasn't it ending anyway?
The writing, perhaps. We'd started to live on our earlier reputation, though Alan refused to accept.
And not just the books.
He wasn't easy, but this has been quite shattering.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Garden looks in good nick. Pollack still with you?
Of course.
How'd he get on with Alan?
All right. They argued a lot. Poor Ernest, he gets so worked up about his garden. And I'll tell you something. I planted those euchers, tended them like children. You don't water euchers.
Who else round here knew he was in the house alone?
Only Ernest and Dora, I'm sure. You're not suggesting. Oh, no, it's ludicrous.
I'll tell you something. 5 years ago, Ernest Pollack nearly killed Clive Lambert.
Ernest, can't you give it a rest?
Oh, I thought you wanted a shelf put up here.
I've been asking 2 years for a shelf put up there, but not now. I'm sorry. I'm not myself.
Nor am I myself. Police trampling over my garden, coming here with their cold eyes, their questions.
I just wish you hadn't lied. Ernest, where were you that evening? Where did you go?
For a ride on my bike, that's all.
You know, 2 nights running now you've got up in the night.
So I drink too much.
And left the bathroom light on. What's on your mind? Has he been needling you again?
Oh, he always needles me, cocky so-and-so, telling me my job. His greenhouse, his shrubs, his euchers. Me, I planted those euchers, treated them like children.
You get too worked up, love. It's only a garden.
Only you know nothing. My brains he picks for his book.
What book?
Every time he picks faults is to find out how. Figs and grapevines and melons and cordon peaches.
A gardening book? Him?
It's finished. He told me. The first, what is it, draft, except for the pictures.
Ernest, you went over there that evening?
Maybe. To see my garden.
It was too dark for the garden. To see him. About this book.
My name somewhere, that's all. Some recognition for my knowledge he steals. In any case, someone was there already.
You saw someone else?
No, it was dark. I was at the side of the house. I heard his voice. Hello there. Long time no see. Better come in.
Oh, did he give a name? Ernest, try and remember.
There was an owl, the dog barking inside, but no name.
Well, you should tell them. It must mean something. Tell the inspector.
No, Dora. I tell them nothing. Nor you. Understand? We have said enough.
Harriet? Oh, Henry here. Henry Morgan. We were wondering if you care to come over this evening for a meal. Hilda thought it might do you good. Make a break. He is? Oh, so both of you come. No, of course. No problem at all. We'll look forward to it. Around 7? Fine. And if there's anything we can do to help, I hope you will. Goodbye.
Who's both of you?
The Colonel's there with her uncle.
Oh, Henry, I wish you hadn't.
Why ever not? Can't be rude.
Well, I don't trust the man. There's something shady about him.
My dear old girl, nothing shady about the Colonel.
I always felt you and he were up to something. Clive Lambert, too.
You imagine things, Hilda. Not to worry.
Well, I do worry. I have for some time. Life seems almost too good to be true, materially.
Oh, so how about smoked salmon for starters, and I'll get a brace of pheasant.
Mrs. Bell? Oh, I do apologise. You're just going out.
Only to the Morgans. This is Charles Ferguson, Inspector Burgess.
How do you do? How do you do? I'll bring the car round, shall I, Harriet?
Thanks. Quiet, Ben!
Mrs. Bell, we've had the post-mortem result. Your husband had had an excellent meal not long before he died. No indication at all of a stomach upset.
So, it was an excuse not to come.
Is that what you thought?
Not till this moment. But I realize now as I put the phone down, I'm almost sure I heard our front doorbell ring.
You probably did, Mrs. Bell. It seems likely your husband had a rendezvous that night with his killer. Good night to you.
What did he want?
Nothing really. Just routine, as they say.
Harriet, my dear, can't you take
I'm
a little
sorry,
more?
Hilda. It's delicious, but...
May I? Just a tiny piece more.
Of course. Hasn't been much of a summer, has it, in spite of the forecasts?
Lucky old Lambert's to be where the sun shines.
Do you hear from them?
Oh, just the odd card. And they are odd, aren't they, Henry? I believe Clive only remembers to write when he's had a glass or two.
Solamente nos recuerda después de tomar un vaso de vino.
Well, you speak Spanish.
Oh, get by, that's all.
Oh, don't be modest.
Fergie tells me Ernest nearly killed Clive Lambert a few years ago.
It was an accident. Everyone agreed.
I didn't.
A storm in a teacup.
What happened?
And he slipped.
Said he slipped.
With the pruning knife.
14 stitches, blood everywhere. What a do.
And it's past history now. Harriet's glass, Henry.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Still, accident or not, he's a lucky man to be alive for the sunshine.
Thank you.
I wonder if your inspector friend knows. Might be worth a mention.
Been up again tonight, I see. Colonel, you?
Never known to say no.
I wouldn't have thought you could see our place from here.
You can with a telescope, my dear. Henry's toy. 3.5-inch lens. You can see for miles, can't you, Henry?
I don't think I'm spying, of course. Bird watching, mainly.
Pity you weren't looking out Thursday night.
Yeah, it's too dark, I'm afraid. Not even a moon. Besides, we were glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda?
I believe we were. Who's for trifle?
Well, not for me, but fetch the cigars while you're up.
Fergie, not so fast.
Sorry. Should have said no to that second cognac.
You missed the lane. You'll have to go the long way round.
That's okay. I know my Longfield.
Well, they were certainly very hospitable. And the whole place surprisingly sumptuous. It makes you wonder.
Wonder what?
You know, Alan saw Henry once with a Spanish... Watch it!
Bloody cyclist this time of night. And no damn lights either.
I believe it was Ernest.
Pity I missed them.
Strange. Cycling at midnight.
You were saying? About Henry?
Oh, yes. It was back in June. Alan didn't sleep very well. Sometimes took a walk around dawn. And there was this enormous lorry, Transportes Gonzales, in a lay-by on the Felsted bypass. And Henry with the driver.
Did they see him?
He didn't think so. Too engrossed in each other. This could be how he gets his rum and cigars.
If it was Henry.
Well, he speaks Spanish. We had them over for a meal soon after. Alan tried hard to pump him about it, but nothing doing.
And second cognac or not, here we are. You left the lights on up there.
I did not. Fergie, it's Alan's room.
How about this casserole thing, Hilda?
Oh, just leave it to soak.
The Colonel certainly did everything justice.
The pig.
Oh, compliment to your cuisine, old fruit.
No, I never liked the man. Why you had to invite
Oh,
him?
not again. He was there with Harriet. I had to.
Henry, I've never asked any questions.
Best not. Be like the Three Monkeys.
You know, but we've got this lovely place, everything and more we could wish for.
Like a plot in the graveyard.
Oh, look, you're 65. You're too old for dangerous games. You've had enough excitement in your life.
Never. I'll die any way you like, but not from boredom. And worry not. No one has ever suspected.
Alan Bell did.
Nonsense. Looking for a plot, that's all.
In the graveyard?
God, these saucepans. We really must get ourselves a machine.
Henry, where were you Thursday night?
Watching telly with you. That's the scene. And don't forget it.
I'll have that bit when you've finished. Dom.
Have the lot. There's an article on him inside.
On who?
Your late husband, of course. The great Alan Bell. I'll have a go at that back edge before he gets on top of me.
Aren't you going to shave?
Not yet. What's for dinner?
Roast pork. Or perhaps you cut a cabbage.
Will do.
You'll be having a visitor this morning.
I will.
A police inspector came yesterday. Seemed to think you knew Alan.
What made him think that?
No idea. I told him you didn't.
So why is he coming? Today's Sunday.
Maybe he didn't believe me.
I think I'll show you.
Don, Thursday night, had something happened?
How do you mean?
After training. When you came in, you looked so strange.
Too much wallop, that's all.
You haven't ever been over to Longfield.
Why the hell should I?
He was rich. The boys are his. For money.
Wouldn't do me much good if I had. I just read in the article. Mean as blazes he was.
As you know, it wasn't tidy before. In fact, if the lights hadn't been on...
You haven't touched anything?
I know the rules, Inspector. Other than switching them off.
How about the dog?
Shut up in the lounge. Though I'd have sworn I'd left all the downstairs doors open.
The house was locked?
Of course.
Windows?
It was a warm evening. I'd left a small one open for Ben.
Anything of value up here?
The paperweights, the little antique clock, the radio, all still here.
Where's Colonel Ferguson?
Walked in for the 10 o'clock service.
Ah, that's his Mercedes in front.
Yes. We've a Rover. At least Alan had. I don't drive.
How did you get up to Gatwick?
Ernest drove me, reluctantly. He hated leaving his garden.
Who else knew you were at the Morgans?
I told Dora, en cas de malheur.
She has keys to the house?
Yes.
Did you see anyone on your way to or from their place?
On our way home, there was a man on a bicycle. I'm almost certain it was Ernest.
Oh, it's a pity I missed the Colonel. I'd have liked a word with him. Perhaps you'd ask him to call in at the station tomorrow. You'd better give me a ring first, and you know the number.
My husband's in the garden. I've said you're coming. Don!
That's a fair-sized bit of ground you got there.
Don's quite a keen gardener.
Like your first husband.
Alan? Really? I didn't know that. Of course, we only had a flat then over Moore's the greengrocer's. Not even a window box.
Here in Barston?
That's right. Oh, Don, Inspector Burgess. If you'll excuse me. We have roast on Sunday.
Good match yesterday?
So-so.
I used to play up to 10 years ago. Devon Police. Mr. Stoner, how well did you know Alan Bell?
I didn't know Alan Bell.
Well, you never met him or corresponded?
Why should I?
Well, you married his ex-wife. The 2 boys are his. You might feel he owed you something, especially after he became rich and famous.
I suppose I might, but I didn't.
Well, you're a local chap. Must be around the same age. Didn't you know him at school? Play football together? It's not a very big town.
Big enough. 15,000, quite a few schools.
You're in carpets, your wife says. Always been your line?
For the last 14 years.
And before?
I was trained as a butcher. My father had a shop in Broad Street.
You've always lived in Barston?
Most always.
Where else?
Oh, around Leeds, Oxford, Bristol.
Oh, what made you come back?
Dad died in '67. Mother had a spell of depression. There was this carpet job going here. I'd done a bit of laying, so I applied and got it.
How did you meet your wife?
At a club called The Unattached. I joined when I lost Mother. We married a few months later.
When was this?
68.
How old were the boys?
4 and 6.
2 growing lads. Quite an undertaking. Not a highly paid job.
Not too bad with commission, and the house is mine. We'd managed.
That's your car outside, the yellow Ford?
Yes.
Where were you Thursday evening?
Thursday's practice night for the team.
You were with them?
Of course.
Till what time?
I got home about 10 or 1:30. We usually have a pint after.
Where?
In a pub.
What pub?
The Anchor, usually.
I'm asking about Thursday night.
The Anchor?
And your wife? Where was she?
Here at home. Like she always is of a night.
Mr. Stoner, in Alan Bell's study there was an envelope addressed to you. A note inside. Nothing doing. What were you after? What did you want from Alan Bell?
Nothing. I don't understand. I didn't know him.
We'll want a better explanation than that, Mr. Stoner. Think about it. We'll be in touch again. Enjoy your roast.
Lovely text that sermon had, about the fields and the grass.
As for man, his days are as grass. As a flower of a field he flourishes, for the wind passes over and is gone.
Oh, you know it.
In the internment camp, I learned all the Psalms. It helped my English and made something to do.
Religion can be a comfort. Good congregation tonight. Suppose people hoped she'd be here.
Yes, a full church. And we sat in our row alone.
I didn't notice.
I tell you, when there is trouble, the Fremde ist immer verdächtig.
Ernest, you went over there last night, to the house, while they were over the Morgans, didn't you?
Just to see no one was hanging around.
So why take their keys?
Inspector, a reporter from the local says you promised a statement.
Oh, hell, so I did. I'll be with him in 2 minutes. I'll concoct something and hope I sound confident.
Okay.
Oh, and Charlie, anything on the search?
Not yet. We've covered grounds, woods, and right across to the river.
Pollack's garden?
Too true. Nothing.
Call it off.
Sir?
Now, I have a feeling now that until we find the killer, we aren't going to find the weapon. Well, how about the manslaughter charge?
I've been on to them. Weekend backlog of work. Always a good excuse.
Yeah, I've used it myself. I'll keep pressing.
Sure.
Hello, Henry. Ferguson here. On my way to see the great Burgess. I'd rather not, but it might look bad if I refused. Seen you? Why? You bet I'll be discreet. I hope you were. Look, I'd like to see you for 5 minutes, sans Hilda. Oh, that's great. No, I won't say now. Walls have ears. Oh, an hour at the most. See you, Henry. Hasta la vista.
Ah, Colonel Ferguson. I'm sorry to keep you. Lovely morning again.
It is indeed. Good to be alive.
Sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks. Won't say no.
Oh, it's nice of you to call in.
Harriet said you wanted a word. Always pleased to cooperate.
How long have you known Mrs. Bell?
Heavens, hate to think. I knew her mother.
And her first husband, I suppose?
Not really. It was a very brief marriage.
Oh, divorce?
Killed in a car accident. She hasn't said.
How long ago?
Must be, all of 15 years. Just before I was posted to Cyprus. She was driving. Never driven since. That's why it's useful for her just now to have me around.
I'm sure. Though, of course, Ernest drives. Took her up to Gatwick on Thursday.
Perhaps, but she's safer with me. Pollack's unstable.
Oh?
Violent, too, on occasion.
Oh, can you name one?
Well, since you ask, he attacked Clive Lambert with a pruning knife 5 years ago. 14 stitches, nearly severed an artery.
For what reason?
Over the roses. Clive criticised the way he was pruning them.
What, just over roses?
Nothing just about that garden to Pollack.
Oh, were there charges?
Not on your life. People bend over backwards to make allowances for the man, but I know the type. Vicious, paranoiac, murderous.
Mrs. Bell mentioned a man on a bicycle Saturday night.
That was him, and no lights. Nearly mowed him down. And what do we find 5 minutes later? Alan's room broken into.
Colonel, tell me, how was it with the Bells?
Oh, so. Marriage of convenience, I always felt. Literary convenience.
I understand you were instrumental in them acquiring Longfield House.
That's right. Sort of thing Harriet was looking for. Directly I knew the Lamberts were putting it on the market, I let her know.
You're in property?
I dabble now and then, help a friend.
You weren't living in Longfield at the time?
No, but I kept in touch. Known Clive years.
What was his line?
Antiques, mainly.
Well, why did he go to Spain?
Oh, for the sunshine. As simple as that.
And how about the Morgans? Keep in touch with them?
No. Always meant to, of course, but...
You were close friends when you lived here?
Oh, hardly close. Things in common, that's all. Couple of ex-servicemen.
Rubbing along on a pension.
As best we can.
Nice Mercedes you run?
A little inheritance.
Where were you on Thursday evening?
At home.
The Tufnell Park?
Correct.
Alone?
I live alone. Grenville Court.
Mrs. Bell refers to you as uncle.
It's a little thing between us. She's no relatives.
A close relationship?
I'm fond of her. I like to think it's reciprocated.
How did you get on with her husband?
I couldn't stick him. He was opinionated, bumptious, argumentative, sneered at all the old values. Made out he was a pacifist and one of the most aggressive types I've ever encountered.
You knew him well?
Not very, but I'm a good judge of character. I've met chaps like him. Always land up in trouble.
Do you plan to stay long with Mrs. Bell?
As long as she needs me. At least until this business is cleared up. And for my money, Pollack's your man.
Oh, you think?
He's a kraut. Started 2 world wars. Stop at nothing.
He's Austrian.
All the same, my dear chap, all the same. I've had experience. Been POW and escaped.
That was a long time ago.
Not for me.
Yes, well, thank you, Colonel.
Not at all. Glad to help. Goodbye.
I'm working, I tell you. I have my schedule.
Won't keep you long, Mr. Pollack.
You don't leave a garden. My wife will wonder where I am.
Mrs. Bell? Was that Ernest in the police car?
Yes, Dora. He's just gone down to help them.
But why? He's done nothing. He was home with me all that evening. I'd swear it.
And Saturday? Did he come here on Saturday night?
No, of course not.
While we were out?
At least, maybe to keep an eye, knowing
What did he want from my husband's room?
I don't know.
Tell me.
In any case, it's no crime.
What isn't, Dora?
I think he only wanted to read the book.
Book?
Mr. Bell's gardening book.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
We've got Pollack outside.
I'll let him cool his heels for a bit. Anything yet on Stoner?
He and Alan Bell were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary School.
Well, that's really going back. You're checking out Thursday evening?
Working on it. Seems he left the Anchor soon after 8:30.
Did he now? Burgess? And Mrs. Bell, hello. Really? And you yourself didn't even know? Just to read it? Well. Oh, we'll see. Thanks. Yes, of course. Goodbye.
There we are, the best Amontillado. God bless Ramos. What's it all about?
Alan Bell spotted the June delivery. Even got the name on the lorry. Out walking at dawn, couldn't sleep. Pure chance. Harriet told me Saturday.
Oh, well. Dead men tell no tales.
Oh, their wives can. And listen, something else. Clive rang Thursday night in a panic. There's a marked item in the new batch, pinched and possibly traceable. I'm to hold on till he gives the green light.
Still, all adds a bit of spice, I suppose.
Spice be damned. We're not in this for kicks.
We close down then.
At least till the boys in blue depart. He's a ferret, that Burgess.
Well, carry on. Talk about cooling his heels.
All right, send him in now.
In here.
Mr. Pollack.
Over an hour I have been here with work to do in my garden, and nothing I have done. Just because I am a stranger and don't speak our language too well.
Oh, I'd like to speak German as well as you speak English. Sit down.
I am not German. I was born in Vienna.
Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
How long have you been a gardener?
Since I was 16. I have no other trade.
What made the Lamberts go to Spain?
For the sunshine, they told us.
Antique dealers, I understand.
Antiques, jewels, and all that.
You had quite a stretch with them.
28 years.
No troubles?
They left the garden to me. It was mine.
Other than pruning the roses?
Who told you? It was an accident. Everyone knew. Mr. Lambert tried to take the knife from my hands. I slipped on the wet grass.
Been raining?
It was the dew, a heavy dew. It wasn't your fault, his wife said. Forget it. Put it out of your mind.
Ever pop back to the house of an evening? Have a look at the garden?
No, I have my own garden to do at the cottage.
Last Thursday, did you drive across for some reason?
Of course not. In any case, I never drive to the house.
You use your bicycle?
Yes.
Is that where you were cycling from Saturday night?
No, I was home.
Mr. Pollack, you were seen on your bike around midnight. I'm asking, had you been to Longfield House?
I have told you, no, I was home. I am always home in the evening.
You have the keys to the house. Someone got in. Someone who knew the dog. Left the lights on in Alan Bell's room. Are you forgetful about lights? You had none on your bicycle.
I don't know. You speak too fast.
Mr. Pollack, someone went to Alan Bell's room on Saturday night. We think it was you. Was it you? Yes or no?
No, I was home with my wife. She will tell you, like I always am, every evening.
The gardening book he was writing.
Who was writing?
Alan Bell. Did he ask your help with it?
I don't know about the book. He tells me nothing.
Do you recognize this?
It's a knife. Pruning knife.
Yours?
How can it be? I showed the young policeman everything there, everything in its place.
Did you leave it at Longfield House? Is that the reason you went back there Saturday night?
I told you, I didn't go there Saturday night. I don't know this knife. I work as a gardener. I do the work I am paid for. I never go in the house. The house isn't my place. My place is the garden.
And this is a gardening knife, Mr. Pollack.
It must belong to another person. That is all I can say. Everything is there. I showed the policeman everything in its place.
What's your car?
A car?
Make?
Yeah, a Mini.
Colour?
Light grey. And I have my license, my MOT, all my papers. Why do you question me like this?
Because I think you're lying. I think you drove to Longfield House the night Alan Bell was murdered.
No, it's not true. I never drive at night, only walk or ride my bicycle.
So you walked there, rode your bike?
No, I was with my wife. Ask her. Look, why should I want him dead? He was my bread and butter.
So was Clive Lambert.
That was an accident, I tell you. I slipped. The colonel should have said he was there.
Yes. All right, then. That's it.
I may go?
We'll know where to find you when we want you again. In your garden.
Inspector?
Yeah?
You'd sign these sometime.
Oh, sure. And, Charlie, would you get me the address of a Mrs. B.T. Fuller on the Hillcrest estate?
Alan was my big brother, Inspector. I tell you, this has been a terrible blow. Oh, Bluey, pack it in. Well, not that we've seen much of him the last 15 years. Still, he made it, and good luck to him, poor old lad.
Mrs. Fuller, how well did he know Donald Stoner?
Don? Well, when they were kids, he used to come to our house every day after school, almost like brothers they were. Then he got the scholarship and, well, you know how it is. Old Mr. Stoner used to have the butcher shop in Broad Street. Bit toffee-nosed they were.
When he married Elaine, did he know she'd been Alan's first wife?
Sure. I went to the wedding. Elaine and I always kept in touch.
Why did her marriage to Alan break up?
It's something to do with the writing. He needed to be free, so he said.
Have either of them contacted him since he came to live over at Longfield?
I wouldn't know.
And the sons?
Steve's in London. Hardly comes home anymore. Got a lot of Alan in him, Elaine says. The other one's a bit of a dreamer. Wants to be a writer too, I believe.
Did he keep in touch at all after he left the town?
He wrote, now and then.
To you?
Yeah. We used to be close once.
He had a tough time for a bit, I believe.
Well, it wasn't easy.
And what did he do?
All sorts of jobs to keep going. Milkman, hotel kitchen, Father Christmas one year.
Ever ask you for money?
Well, once or twice. I sent what I could.
February 1967. He was in bad trouble.
Oh, I wondered if you might know. Well, he didn't mean it. It was an accident, a fight, over a gambling debt.
How about his letters? Have you kept them?
Oh, I believe there's one or two around somewhere.
Might help me if I could read them. I'll return them, of course.
Oh, I'll see what I can find.
Mr. Pollock, hello there. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
What'll it be, sir?
A whiskey, please.
Sir.
Better make it a double.
Certainly, sir.
It looks as if they're onto something.
Narrowing their investigation, they say.
They're pretty confident this Inspector Burgess sounded.
My sister works down the police canteen and she says they've got a very good idea who it is.
Convinced their man's still in the neighbourhood?
Yeah, lights left on in the house on Saturday night.
By some mystery visitor.
Likely to make an arrest pretty soon.
No one thing. Wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Oh, Mr. Pollock. One double, sir. Pound and tuppence.
Hey, watch it, mister.
Oh, it's all down my dress.
Oh, I'm blowed. I'll get your cloth, miss. See who it was?
The gardener up at Longfield. Pollock.
I got the invoice this morning. 15 yards of Brentford Court stair carpet in Bahama Green. Yes, it should be in any day, madam. I will indeed. Goodbye. Sorry, Inspector, you were saying?
You told me you had a few drinks with the team after Thursday night practice, Mr. Stoner.
That's right.
Well, no one remembers seeing you in the Anchor after you bought a round of drinks at 8:30.
Someone said once I was the sort of chap no one ever remembers.
A pity. How long does it take you to get from the Anchor to Harbourview Road?
Depends.
10 minutes? A quarter of an hour?
I've never timed it.
So between 8:30 and, say, 10:15, when you got home, where were you?
In the public bar of the Anchor.
How's business?
Not wonderful. We've had to cut down on staff. Have to go out laying myself from time to time.
What did you want from Alan Bell?
I didn't know him, I said.
Now, let me nudge your memory. You were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary.
That's going back a bit, isn't it?
Good friends, more like brothers, I'm told.
Perhaps. Lots happened.
Indeed. You married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Where were you between 8:30 and 10:15 the night he died?
In the Anchor.
I believe you were at Longfield House with Alan Bell.
Why the hell should I be?
Because he'd said there was nothing doing. Nothing doing about what? Oh, come on, you've had time to think.
I told you I didn't know him.
Very well. I'd like you to come along with me.
Now?
Yes, Mr. Stoner, now. I've been patient enough. Perhaps we'll get some truth out of you at the station.
Ernest? Oh, I've been worried about you. She let me off early. What you burning?
Nothing. Some rubbish.
You look poorly. What happened? What did they want you for?
Have you seen the paper?
No.
The police expect to make an arrest very soon. In this neighborhood.
Well, it'll be a good thing when they do, won't it?
Dora, I think they mean me.
You? But why? You've no reason.
They want to believe it is me. I'm the what is it? I'm goat.
Scapegoat?
Look, I am a violent man, too. I attacked Mr. Lambert 5 years ago.
That was an accident. Surely you
said.
said.
Look, when they're told by an English colonel something is so, they're not going to believe the gardener, especially if he's German.
Oh, that man hates you, always has. Thinks the war never ended. God, and I hate him, too.
I'm scared, Dora. Scared to death. Locked in a cell. The dark, the stench.
Oh, now don't be silly. It's not like that here.
How do you know? People die in cells. I have read. Police brutality.
Stop it. Calm down. Nothing's happened yet.
I thought when I replaced the knife, that would be it. No more questions.
Knife? What knife?
Pruning knife. Missing from its place in the rack over there that morning.
That's why you... But why?
Dora, you're so stupid. I had to show them everything right, everything there in its place. Otherwise, it is me they suspect.
And they do?
Yes. I am a violent man. The colonel says so. It must be true.
Look, I'm going to the inspector. I'll tell him everything. How you felt that night, what you heard.
No. We tell her nothing, you hear? Nothing at all. We have said enough. I can't face them, Dora. What shall I do?
Now stop shaking. No one'll hurt you.
They will leave me in the dark. I shall hear the screams of the others.
Calm down now. Shh. I must answer it.
All right. Tell them where I will be. In my garden.
Right.
Goodbye, little Dora. Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes? Oh, Mrs. Bell. Yes. Well, he's very upset. He's on his way now to his garden. He'll feel better, I think, when he's working.
And she said, I've just seen the Colonel's car outside your house. It's so nice to have him back in the village.
Any biscuits?
Tin's by your elbow. Now, what's it all about, Henry?
Oh, custard creams. I can't stick 'em.
Why was that man here again?
Hilda, you do carry on. I thought we agreed that the three monkeys, remember?
Oh, my God, I've been so naive. I realise now those odd cards from Clive Lambert aren't so innocent. You're all in it. Well, don't treat me like a child. Tell me.
Tell you what?
Is it drugs?
You think I'm crazy?
Alan Bell thought so, I'm sure.
What Alan Bell thought's not important. He's dead.
I know. That's beginning to worry me too.
Hello? Dora? No, I just assumed he was around somewhere. Hold on a moment. Uncle, did you see Ernest this afternoon?
Here? Can't say I did. Why?
Well, he's not home yet. She's worried. He's a man of habit. Dora? No, neither of us have, but he may have been in the potting shed. Look, if he's not home in another hour, let me know. And don't worry. Yes, but things happen. It's not late. I'm sure he's all right. Strange, though.
You know what I think? He's gone on the run.
Burgess. Oh, Mrs. Bell. I see. Oh, but he hasn't had quite a routine day, has he? Oh. Well, it's only what? 6:30? Well, he's in the pub, probably. Oh, you have? Well, all right, if he's not home by 8 or so, better give me a ring and we'll look out for him.
Pollack. Ernest Pollack, 5'7", slim build, grey receding hair, wearing blue denims, check shirt, blue wool hat, leather waistcoat. Speaks with a German accent. Watch how you go with him. He might be in a pretty agitated state. He's wanted for further questioning in connection with the murder of Alan Bell.
Mr. Stoner, you told me you didn't know Alan Bell, never met him or corresponded.
That's so.
Read the PS to that letter from Alan Bell to his sister.
Who do you think I bumped into?
Go on.
A while back, Donald Stoner, of all people. A bit of a rolling stoner, pun, like yours truly these days. But he's been a real friend.
So, you'd been a real friend to a man you never knew. Oh, come on. I'm going to find out, you know. You might just as well tell me now.
I was working in London. I ran into him in Leicester Square one night.
And?
He was pretty well down. No job. Hungry, even. Been in some sort of trouble. I let him stay with me. Share my room. That's all.
How long did he stay?
A while, some months, I believe. He used to write all the time.
Did he pay or help out at all?
I didn't do it for that.
And later you married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Oh, he had quite a debt to repay.
I told you I didn't do it for payment.
So why the hell not come out with it in the first place? I mean, what's wrong, for God's sake, in befriending your old school pal?
He'd been murdered. I didn't want to be involved.
Well, you are, Mr. Stoner. Yes? I see. All right. Thanks. And that's all for now.
I can go?
Not yet. You're helping us. You stay.
According to a communique just issued, 100 of the rebel forces have been killed. The body of Ernest Pollack, gardener to Alan Bell, the murdered crime writer, was recovered this morning from the river at Barston. His body was spotted by a group of children on a nature walk from Easton Road Primary School. The strike of air control officers has been stepped up, and now all flights to and from the continent.
Oh, Henry, I feel most upset. Poor Ernest, he so loved his garden.
The matter is being investigated. That's all I can say at the moment.
I told you, didn't I? A kraut. They cause all the trouble.
Get a search warrant. Let's hope we can find the knife over there.
I must go to Dora.
He kissed me goodbye. said auf Wiedersehen. I didn't even look round as he went out the door. 35 years we've been married. Always together. I don't know what I shall do. It wasn't easy sometimes. He'd had treatment. Didn't help very much. He was always scared of them. Scared of the uniform. Scared of the dark. That's why he wouldn't tell. We've said enough, he said. We tell them nothing. Now look what's happened.
Wouldn't tell them what, Dora? Tell me.
The night Mr. Bell died, he went up there about the book. He was obsessed by that book.
She's sure that's all he heard.
So she says.
Long time no see. An expression your husband used?
Occasionally. To someone he didn't care for, perhaps. A kind of false bonhomie.
And the knife business, I wonder why Ernest lied.
To avoid questions. Everything in its place. This overwhelming fear of the police.
How soon do you think I can see Dora?
She's still very upset. I doubt if you'll get any more.
Perhaps. It's surprising sometimes. Well, it seems pretty certain now your husband took the knife from the tool rack that evening.
But why?
To threaten someone he didn't care for, perhaps?
My husband had a very quick temper, but he wasn't a violent man, Inspector.
He was on a manslaughter charge in 1967.
Alan killed a man? Good God, who?
Well, we're waiting for the details. You're sure no one else knew your husband was here alone, other than the Pollacks and your agent?
As far as I know.
I see. The note. Nothing doing. Why leave it lying around?
He was appallingly untidy. And if he decided to see the man, Stoner was it, instead?
And persuade him to stop pestering? Could be. Or maybe he wanted to put the fear of God into Ernest. Who knows? Everything's conjecture. Certainly we found nothing at the Pollacks' cottage. Other, that is, than the remains of your husband's gardening book in the kitchen boiler. What? Ernest burnt the lot.
Here we are. February 26th, 1967. Alan Bell, writer, 35, no fixed address. Charged at Bow Street.
With the manslaughter of Ronald Albert Wyman, doorkeeper at the Connaught Hotel, Bayswater, over a matter of a £25 gambling debt. In the ensuing fight in the Barlow Arms, Hammersmith, Wyman fell and struck his head, died 10 days later. No living relatives. Ex-regular soldier, 57th Field Artillery. That doesn't help very much.
File it?
Yes, please. I think I'll see if Mrs. Pollack's feeling up to having a word.
I'll beat her, then, he said. Kiss me goodbye. If I'd known it would be the last time.
Mrs. Pollack, I'm deeply sorry, believe me.
Murderers you are. Hounding him. Believing the lies of that man. You killed him.
But I've a job to do. And if your husband had come to me right away...
You don't know what he'd lived through. He was frightened to death of the uniform, frightened of questions, frightened of you.
Listen now. He went to Longfield House that evening.
I've already told Mrs. Bell.
Did he drive over in the Mini?
He never drives at night.
So he cycled over. Heard Alan Bell's voice. Long time no see. Now, was there anything else? Now, think. Think hard. Anything he even thought he saw?
Well?
Yeah?
He did say... I couldn't tell her. He had a strong feeling. Almost certain he was. It was that man. The Colonel. Her uncle.
Hello? Is Inspector Tandy there? Burgess. He'll know me. Jim? Long time no see. How is it down in salubrious Tufnell Park? Oh, bogged down as usual? I hope so. Look, there's a Colonel Ferguson, 2 S's, lives up your way, Grenville Court. Well, I'm interested in his whereabouts last Thursday afternoon and evening. Yeah, it's just a routine thing, really, probably wasting your time. Oh, I got a strange one here, but you know how it is. I got to turn all the stones. Yeah, perhaps you'd ring me back sometime. Thanks, Jim. Oh, Jean's fine. And Molly? Now, Mr. Stoner, you've got 2 hours to account for after leaving the Anchor that night.
I told you
I'm suggesting you went to Longfield, knowing Alan Bell was in the house on his own, and killed him.
I'd no reason to kill him.
No? Well, you'd sheltered him when he was down and out, married his ex-wife, brought up his sons, worked your guts out in the carpet shop, and suddenly he's 8 miles up the road, rich as Croesus.
So what?
So you demand what you think's your right. And because he won't play ball, there's the knife.
What knife?
The one you killed him with.
I didn't. It's not true.
He'd put off a trip to Paris, faked a stomach upset to see you because you'd been pestering the life out of him.
I hadn't.
Long time no see, he said when he came to the door.
You're making it up.
Come in, have a drink, and when he turned his back... Come on, tell me. Where is it?
If I was after him for his money, well, why the hell should I kill him?
Because you knew there was nothing doing.
You've got it all wrong.
Okay. Put me right. You did arrange to meet Alan Bell at his house on Thursday night.
But I didn't go.
Why?
I felt scared. I didn't trust him. I knew he'd killed a man once.
Well, why not think about that before?
I can't explain. It's just... When I got to the gates, I drove past.
Oh, come off it. You're saying you arranged to meet him that night just to drive past his gates? Well, where'd you go? Not back home. Well, I'll tell you. You drove in those gates and you know it to kill him.
Oh, I didn't. I drove past. It's the truth.
All right, we'll say you drove past. Where to?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Towards Felsted. Pulled off in a lay-by and had a fag.
And then? Oh, shall I tell you? You thought Alan wouldn't hurt an old pal now, would he? And he's loaded, might never get the chance again, times are hard, and money won, like it always does. You turn back, yes?
Yes.
And?
The lights were all on downstairs. A dog was howling. I rang the bell. I waited. He didn't come, so I walked round the side, the French window. I looked in, he was lying there. Blood. He was obviously dead.
What time?
I don't know. 9:30, maybe.
Before 10?
Sure, before 10.
Why not ring the police?
I knew if you found out I'd had a date with him, I'd be in real trouble.
Well, we have found out. And, Mr. Stoner, you're still lying. His wife rang him from Paris just after 10, and he was still very much alive. Sergeant, the usual arrangements for Mr. Stoner. He's our guest for the night.
You can't. I've got rights. I've done nothing.
You'll probably want to ring your wife. There's a phone out there you can use.
Okay, Mr. Stoner?
No, it's not okay.
You, Inspector. It's a message from Tufnell Park.
Well. Well, we'd better see Uncle first thing.
Inspector, this is nonsense. My car was in its parking space all of Thursday, and I was there in my flat.
Yes, the porter said he saw your car, and lights on inside.
So there you are.
Are you engaged in any business activities with Clive Lambert? Property, antiques, buying or selling?
Of course not. Clive's in Spain.
Yes. He rang you from Bilbao Thursday evening. Couldn't get a reply. Finally left an urgent message with the porter for you to ring him.
Sure, I got it. Something personal.
When did you get it?
When I picked it up off the mat, after having a snooze.
Didn't hear the phone?
A bit deaf in my right ear. Guns, you know, I was artillery. Probably sleeping on the other side.
With the lights on?
Often do, after a drink.
When did you last see Alan Bell?
Must have been back in late May or June when I came down.
How did you know he was alone there Thursday night?
I didn't. How could I?
Oh, it's been suggested that his visitor that night could have been you.
Whoever suggested it must be off his head. He was in Paris with Harriet, as far as I knew. And I was home in Grenville Court.
Well, certainly your car was there and your lights on. Did you say artillery?
I did.
What regiment?
57th Field.
57th Field?
Yes, 25-pounders. Was that all?
Yeah, thank you, Colonel. For now.
Sergeant.
57th Field, Charlie. Interesting.
How come?
The manslaughter case. Wyman, same regiment.
Well, life's full of coincidences.
Yeah, all the same, you better look into it. Well, we've certainly got a right bunch here. There's one thing in common, though. All trying to fool a hard-working policeman.
Except Mrs. Bell.
I'm not so sure. She's cagey, holding something back. Probably of no interest when I find out. But I shall.
And I thought the damn business was over with Pollack.
They're holding someone. It's in the paper. He didn't say.
Cagey bastard, no.
Fergie. Alan faked that stomach upset.
Faked?
To be here, to meet someone.
Good God. How'd you know?
The post-mortem.
He had a date?
With his killer. That's the theory.
Who the hell, I wonder?
Someone who didn't like him?
Well, I didn't like him. Phony pacifist ideas. And where would they all be if it wasn't for us? The finest men I've ever known.
Fergie, stop listening to the bugle.
Sorry. The thing is, I had a bit of a shock myself last week. Chap used to be my driver, salt of the earth, killed in a stupid pub brawl some years back. Should never have lost touch. Blame myself, really.
Well, let's have a drink. A nice long gin on the terrace.
Overlooking the swimming pool and the 3.5 acres and the stable.
All beautifully isolated that you chose for us.
You know, you really ought to buy some horses. I'd teach you to ride. And Harriet, when you start again, writing, I've had quite a life. We can make an interesting partnership. I'm serious. Think about it.
Henry, have you seen? They're holding a man for Alan Bell's murder. Look.
Oh, not Pollack after all, then?
Oh, I never thought it was. But I'm so relieved.
Why? What was Pollack to you?
Relieved it's not you.
Why should I want to kill Alan Bell?
Well, he knew too much. He could have stopped your activities.
Well, he won't now. So let's go on enjoying the good life and leave it at that.
Yes, we have, but no charges yet. Really? When? Well. Oh, sure, but you never know. Thanks, Jim. Keep digging. Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Inspector?
Ah, Charlie. Tandy just called. A Mini. White. J registration has been reported missing by a Major Henderson of Muswell Hill. Last used it Wednesday night. How about this? It's the Major's second car, and he lends it from time to time to an old army pal when his Merc's in for service. Colonel Ferguson. More coincidence?
As I said, the world's full of it.
Anyhow, Tandy's got a search underway. You can't beat a Devon policeman. Meanwhile...
Hello? Speaking. Yes, of course, Inspector. I looked at my watch. It was just after 10. Oh, yes, quite sure. Oh, just a minute. Oh, what a fool I am. It was French time. They're an hour ahead of us. That's right. 9 o'clock over here. Not at all.
Mr. Stoner, you said you drove past the gates of Longfield House towards Felsted, pulled off the road and had a fag. Any other cars in the lay-by? Lovers? Someone doing a peel?
I can't remember. Things on my mind. Just a minute, though. There was a lorry along the end, a big one. No lights.
Any idea what sort? English? Foreign? Off the boat?
Could have been French.
Could have been French.
Or... no, Spanish. And, hold on, there were headlights. That's right. A car pulled up alongside, a chap got out, oldish guy, small white beard. Good God, we laid carpet there last year. Berber, good stuff. The attic of all places. Bloody great telescope.
Glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda? 6 o'clock onwards.
Commander, we're holding a suspect.
Yes, so we read.
We don't, as a rule, disclose identity until a charge has been made, but his name's Stoner, Donald Stoner, Flynn's Carpets.
Stoner? But he laid our carpet in the attic.
Commander, did you pull into Felsted lay-by last Thursday evening between 9 and 30:30?
I just told you, Inspector, I was here.
Donald Stoner maintains he saw you with a Spanish lorry.
Oh, not me, I swear.
Now, look, I don't give a damn if that's your supply of Bacardi and Castellas. I'm holding a man on suspicion of murder, and if what he says is true, it might possibly help him.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bell? Burgess again. You said your husband had a hunch Commander Morgan knew a thing or two about smuggling, but nothing really specific. Well, if possible, I'd like something specific. Yes, this is a murder investigation, Mrs. Bell. You know as well as I do that apparently irrelevant information can sometimes be useful and... Yes, of course he's a friend, but... Yes? Go on. Where? Could you repeat that? Transportes Gonzales. Ah. Oh, and Mrs. Bell, the Colonel's still with you? Picking late strawberries. Very nice.
If this Stoner chap's innocent, Hilda, he'll get off without help from me.
But he doesn't reveal anything just to say it was you. And it was, wasn't it? The lorry driver could have been asking the way.
Hilda, we were watching the box. We said so. Think they're daft? If I open my mouth... Look. Do you want to see everything snatched away from us? Visit me in jail of a Sunday for the few years I've got left?
All right. But I have shut my eyes for too long. You must tell me now. What is it?
Diamonds. Uncut diamonds one way, small arms the other. I'm in it up to here. All three of us. Rich, too. More than ever you dream. I can't lose it. Don't ask me.
Where are you going?
To the sea. Look at the boats. Calm me down.
Oh, do be careful, and don't be too long, or I'll worry.
Harbour Police? Burgess. That's right. Look, I'm interested in a Spanish freight lorry. Transport is Gonzales. Arrived at the port, I believe, last Thursday evening. Any idea when it's leaving? Or if it has already? Yeah, I'll hang on. What's on your mind, Charlie?
I'm just wondering if we aren't getting sidetracked with all this. After all, it doesn't really give Stoner an alibi.
That's true, but I can't let it go. Could be a tie-up between this and the urgent message from Lambert, the night Alan Bell was murdered, remember?
Yeah, that's so.
And Alan Bell had seen the commander with the Spanish lorry. In any case, customs will sort it out. Yes? Leaves tonight. Look, there's a possibility it may be carrying illegal cargo. Might be worth your while to investigate. Perhaps you'll let me know any results.
I hope there's not going to be a storm.
My dear, I'll protect you from the wrath of the gods. Here. Dutch courage.
Thanks. I was thinking of Dora over there on her own. She's terrified of lightning.
Don't ask me to go to Dora.
You know, Ernest came here that night. Heard Alan say to his visitor, "Long time no see."
Who told you?
Dora, after he'd died.
Did he see the visitor? Hear anything else?
No, nothing. Just that.
Long time no see. Someone he hadn't seen in years, probably.
On the other hand, the sort of thing Alan might say after 3 days. Or 3 months.
Let's have another.
Not for me.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought you were gone ages ago.
Oh, come in. Brooding, that's all. You know, I've never seen them together, Harriet and Uncle. I think it might just be worth our while.
Interesting about the Wyman affair. I think she knows it was her husband killed him.
No. All the same, I've a hunch she's hiding something. There's a question I'd like to ask her again, with the Colonel there.
Is he after her, do you think?
I've no doubt at all he aims to be husband number 3.
How come he wasn't husband number 2 when they were both 15 years younger?
My friend, she wasn't rich then. Someone's late for bingo.
Reported 4-car pile-up at the Filstead roundabout. Better bring them both in. Be chaos at this hour. Oh, and Harry, you'll need lifting gear, the lot.
Burgess. Jim, hello. No kid. Incredible. We'll get forensic onto it first thing. Nice work, Jim. Thanks a lot. Bye. Major Henderson's Mini. Found in a back street in Brixton.
Not intact.
Enough, I hope, for our purposes. Now, let's pop over to Longfield. I'll give Harriet a call first.
Hello? Speaking? Yes, Inspector, he's here. I'm listening.
Stop it!
Yes. All right, I will. No, I've got it. I'm to say 2 things. Ronald Wyman's death.
Wyman?
Your old driver.
What the hell's he mean? Happened years ago, dead and buried. He knows that.
But Fergie, surely you said you only found out last week. And you'll be glad to know Major Henderson's Mini's been found. Who's Major Henderson? Fergie? Are you all right?
The storm, perhaps. Or the strawberries. Perhaps I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Easy, we're coming to the roundabout. What a mess. Why are car drivers such lunatics? Hey, look. The remains of a Jag.
That's right.
The white beard. Good God, it is. It's the commander. Mrs. Bell, I was hoping to see you with Colonel Ferguson.
He's in the garden. He suddenly didn't feel very well.
You gave him the message?
Yes.
He's hopped it.
Oh, don't be silly. Fergie? Fergie? Well, he can't be far.
We hope. Perhaps it was dangerous to let him know.
Mrs. Bell, I've asked you before. Who else beside the Pollacks and your agent knew your husband was alone here the night he died?
The man you're holding, perhaps?
To your knowledge. Did Colonel Ferguson know? For God's sake, it was your husband.
He phoned Wednesday night to wish me luck.
The Colonel?
Yes. I told him then. Alan wasn't coming with me to Paris.
And you've kept it from us. Maybe cost Ernest Pollack his life? Why?
Because I think all along I've known and didn't want to face. Don't you see? He knew my mother. All my life he stood for something marvellous and fine.
What time does that boat leave?
8:15.
Right, away we go. We'll start the search from there. Transportes Gonzales may well have a smuggled military cargo aboard.
And the station.
Too late. Just about to leave.
Blast! I wonder if the lorry got on. It was just a hunch.
Hey, look over there, under the lights.
Sorry, mate, instruction. Open up.
What lorry is him?
Come on now, out you get.
Why you cannot to do this? I am missing my mom.
There'll be another.
I am empty, I tell you.
Keep your eyes on the back of the lorry. There he is. There's our boy. Ferguson! Colonel Ferguson!
I'll get him.
Well, watch it, Charlie. Go right. But watch it. Oh, good God, the man's crazy. He's heading for... No!
Christ! He'll be in the screws.
Oh, my God.
In Long Time, No See, by Joan Sadler, Inspector Burgess was played by Michael McStay, and Harriet Bell by Jean Trend. Alan Bell, Steve Hodson, Dora Pollack, Sheila Reed, Ernest Pollack and Ramos, Ronald Herdman, and Fergie by Philip Voss. Henry and Hilda Morgan were played by Michael Miller and Lisa Daniele, Elaine and Donald Stoner by Elaine Mitchell and Hugh Dixon, Beatty Fuller, Miranda Forbes, the police sergeant by Alex Jennings, and the radio announcer and harbour policeman Patrick Keeley. Long Time, No See was directed by Margaret Etall.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Year after year, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy this fine Lucky Strike tobacco to give you real deep-down smoking enjoyment. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
At 46, sold American.
The Lucky Strike Program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember last week, Jack had a dream that he went to the racetrack and bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. So now we'd like to take you back about 6 days. It's Monday afternoon. Jack is in the library of his home talking with his press agent, Steve Bradley.
But, Steve, I don't know what the...
I'm telling you, Benny, if you don't go for this publicity stunt, you ought to have your head examined.
All right, Steve. What is it? Quiet, Polly. Steve, what is it?
Well, this story will be slapped on the front page of every newspaper in the country. By tomorrow afternoon, the whole world will be talking about Jack Benny. Why, you couldn't have gotten this much publicity if you'd married Margaret O'Brien.
All right, Steve, tell me, what is this big...
Hello.
Polly, quiet. Steve, you haven't told me what this is all about. For heaven's sake, what is this big story?
Benny, this is so big, it's even too big for me to tell you. What time is it?
4:30.
4:30. Turn on that radio. Erskine Johnson's on. I gave him the story, and I think he's going to break it today.
Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Erskine Johnson in Hollywood. There's some very exciting news today from the film capital, and here's the hottest news of all. I've just learned that in the recent Gold Cup race at Hollywood Park, Jack Benny, famous tightwad of screen and radio, bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. The price was $17.20 to win. This netted the comedian exactly $646,000. What a break for Benny.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Steve, are you crazy? Have you gone nuts? Have you lost your mind?
Now, Benny, don't get excited. Come down off of that bookcase and let me talk to you.
But, Steve, don't you remember I told you it was all a dream? It didn't happen. I dreamt that I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. Why, I wouldn't
Hold
bet...
it, Benny. Now, hold it. Nobody outside of this room knows it's a dream. Now, we're going to make them believe it really happened.
What?
It'll give you a new personality. Why, all your life you've been Benny the Skinflint, Benny the Cheapskate, Benny the Miser. Benny the Miser, Benny the Miser.
Polly, be quiet.
Now, from now on, it's going to be Benny the Spendthrift, the Plunger, the Sport, the Diamond Jim Brady of the 20th century. Everybody in America will be talking about the new Jack Benny.
Well, say it, Steve. It might be something at that. I guess it wouldn't hurt if people thought it really happened.
Can't hurt a thing, not a thing. I got to run now, Benny, and look. Whenever you're out in public, I want you to light your lucky strikes with $10 bills.
$10 bill? But, Steve...
All right, use fives.
But I don't want to burn a $5 bill every time I go around.
Okay, use ones, but wrinkle them so nobody can see the numbers.
But even $1 bills, I don't want to go around...
Couldn't he use a red-hot penny?
Yeah, I have plenty of matches.
You've got to impress the public, Benny. Now, this will be in every Hollywood column. Luella Parsons, Jimmy Starr, Hedda Hopper, Harrison Carroll, Harry Crocker. And, Benny, be sure to listen to your radio every night this week. So long.
Gee, Rochester, you know, he may have something. This may turn out to be a great thing for me.
Yeah, your dreams are getting better all the time.
They sure are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater.
Oh, yes, there's big news tonight. There was nothing outstanding in the news last night. No one knows what the news will be tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's big news from Hollywood tonight. Jack Benny, the comedian, went out to Hollywood Park last Saturday and placed a bet of $85,000 on Challenge Me to win. Mind you, to win. Benny watched calmly as the horses ran and remained calm. The Challenge Me came up from far behind to calmly win the Gold Cup race. And the horse paid a big price, and Jack Benny won $646,000. Oh, yes, there's one happy soul in Hollywood tonight. And now, just 30 seconds for my sponsor.
Rochester, tonight's the night we're supposed to listen to H.V. Kaltenborn.
Yes, sir, I'll turn it on.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we have several new developments in the news this evening. Yes. And those developments come particularly from Russia. But before I give you the news from Europe, here's a very interesting item from our own country. It has been disclosed that Jack Benny, radio and screen star, won $646,000 on Challenge Me in last Saturday's Gold Cup race in Hollywood. Benny, who has been known for years, is inclined to hoard his money. Yes, he placed a bet of $85,000 on the horse that won the race. This comes as quite a surprise to the nation. But now for the latest developments from Russia. It seems that...
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, isn't this terrific? All this publicity, and the only ones that know it was a dream are Steve Bradley, you, and me.
And me.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, I'm going upstairs and shave before I go to bed. Don't forget to come up and tuck me in.
I won't, boss. I won't. Doggone, the boss should have stayed a baby. He's scared of the dark, likes milk, sucks his thumb, and sleeps with a teddy bear. Well, I guess he never... Uh-oh, there's the door.
Good evening. I'm a reporter with the Associated Press. You're Rochester, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Fine. You're just the one I wanted to get my story from. Now, let me ask you something. Have you noticed any change in Mr. Benny since he won all this money?
Well, no, except that now he's strongly in favor of a large army and navy.
Yes, I can understand that. Now, an interesting sidelight on this story would be how Mr. Benny carried this money home from the track.
Well, I don't know, but I imagine in the usual way, in his shoes.
He carries his money in his shoes?
Uh-huh. You can tell his financial condition by his height.
Really?
Yeah, when he reaches 6'5", he's on his way to the bank.
Well, Rochester, this is all very interesting, and I'd like to ask you one more question.
Yes, sir.
I imagine since Mr. Benny won $646,000, he throws his money away.
Yes, but not far. Not far.
Well, he probably doesn't want people to think he's a show-off. Thank you very much, Rochester.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I better go up and tuck the boss in. Tomorrow's Saturday. He's got a rehearsal. I hope he's asleep or I'll have to tell him a story. Let's see. I did Little Red Riding Hood last night. Oh, well, I'll do the Three Little Bears. He never remembers that. Yeah, that's the one.
There's quite a crowd around NBC today, isn't there, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Have you got the scripts, boss?
I've got 'em. Let's go in.
Let's see your passes before you... Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, hello, Mike.
Congratulations, Mr. Benny. Sure, it's the luck of the Irish you had at the races.
Oh, you heard about me cleaning up on Challenge Me.
That I did. How does it feel?
Feel? Well, to tell you the truth, it doesn't make me feel any different. I haven't changed a bit.
I was afraid of that.
Uh-huh?
I mean, I was afraid of you changing.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's go on inside. Funny how everyone in town knows about me winning that money. See, that Steve Bradley did a terrific job on the publicity. I'm the most talked of man in the...
Jack, congratulations. Let me give you a big kiss. You know, Jack.
Wait a minute, Mary. Gee, I'm all out of breath. You never kissed me like that before. Gee, you got lipstick all over my forehead.
Gosh, Jack, imagine you winning $646,000. The things you can do with that money.
Yeah. See, I can buy limousines, a yacht, a new flint for my cigarette lighter.
Gee, I can't understand it. How did you happen to bet $85,000?
Well, it's all I happen to have with me. I was wearing low shoes that day.
You know, Jack, there's one thing puzzling me. Last week when you told me about this, you said it was only a dream.
Oh, well, you see, Mary, I was too modest to admit the truth. You know?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen you bet more than $2 on a horse.
Well...
And even then, you give the jockey sealed orders to be open at the first turn.
As I say, Mary, I'm telling you the truth.
Hiya, Jackson. 646,000 pieces of federal lettuce. Congratulations, Mary. Kiss me, you dove.
Well, you were supposed to congratulate me.
I know, but it's more fun this way.
No lipstick on his forehead. He's got a bad aim.
You know, Jackson, I can't get over you betting $85,000 on a horse.
Why?
Well, you've been so cheap all your life. You must have a dual personality.
Phil, I'm the same guy I always was. There's no such a thing as a dual personality.
Certainly there is. There are two sides to everyone.
What?
I got two sides to me.
What do you mean?
Well, there's one side of me that likes bourbon, scotch, gin, beer, and pretzels.
Yeah?
And then there's the other side of me that don't like pretzels.
Bill, you've got 3 sides. There's another side of you don't like music. Now, come on, we got to rehearse.
Jack, what kind of show are we going to do this week?
Oh, I don't know, but I think I'd like to do another sketch like Gaslight. You know, the one we did 2 weeks ago with Ingrid Bergman.
Say, Jackson, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. That Ingrid Bergman dame puzzles me. I never knew that Ingrid was a girl's name.
Why not?
Well, last year when I didn't want to sign that new contract with you, that's what you call me.
That was ingrate. My goodness, can't you tell?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hiya,
Bill.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Well, Colonel Blimp.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop making fun of my weight. It's not my fault.
It isn't, Doc?
No, gosh, Jack, being fat's no fun. Only yesterday I went to the doctor about it, and he said that my excess weight was due to a rare illness known as Umnivarium digestibilis equinarius.
What does that mean in English?
I eat like a horse.
Don, I could have told you that without Latin, you know.
Oh, but Latin's a wonderful language, Jack. Remember those immortal words of Julius Caesar? So roundium, so fermius, so fully pactium.
You're right, Donium. And at Julius Caesar's funeral, when Mark Antony got up before the crowd and standing over the body said, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco." Even Julius got up and took a couple of puffs there. All right, kids, now let's start with
Say, boss, the telephone operator's been trying to reach you. You got a long-distance call from New York.
Oh. Well, I'll take it on this phone here.
Say, Mabel. Yeah? Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. I wonder what Stella Dallas wants now. I don't know. I'll find out. Hello?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. You have a long-distance call for me?
Just a second, Mr. Benny. I'll check on it. Say, Mabel, did you handle a long-distance call for Mr. Benny?
Oh, yeah, New York was trying to get him. I'll plug in the long-distance operator. Say, Gertrude, ain't that Jack Benny an amazing character?
Yeah.
I'll never forget how he kept buying me candy bars and trying to lure me up to his apartment to show me his etchings. And finally, like a darn fool, I went.
Gee, what happened?
He showed me his etchings.
You know, I don't... Hello, NBC. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll plug you in immediately. Gee, Mabel, my switchboard's all filled. Benny's on the first plug, Gildersleeve's on the second, and Greenberg's on third. You'd think that some... Yes? All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, operator?
That long-distance call was canceled.
All right, thank you. All right, kids, now let's start the rehearsal. Where's Larry Stevens?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, kid.
Gee, $646,000. Oh, boy, could I use that money now that I'm married.
Why? What would you do with all that money, kid?
I'd go on a honeymoon.
But I thought you went on a honeymoon.
Yeah, but this time I'd take my wife with me.
Well, kid, someday you may be as smart as I am. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal. Now, Larry, you go over your song while we go in the other room and read the script.
Okay.
Now, come on, fellas. Let's do
it. You came along from out of nowhere. You took my heart and found it free. Wonderful dreams, wonderful schemes from nowhere made every hour sweet as a flower for me. If you should go back to
to your nowhere, leaving with me a memory. I'll always wait for your return out of nowhere, hoping you'll bring your love to me.
How'd the rehearsal go tonight, Mr. Benny?
Fine, fine. Now remember, Rochester, don't you dare tell anybody that my winning all that money was only a dream.
Don't worry, boss. It'll be our little secret.
Boy, what a publicity stunt this is. That Steve Bradley certainly knows his business. He's really a genius. We're only a block from home now, Rochester. You can start putting on the brakes.
There you are, boss, right in front of the house.
It's more like it. Last night I had to walk back a block. Rochester, I'm going in. You put the car in the garage.
Yes, sir.
What time is it, Rochester?
11:15.
That late? 11:15, huh? Well, you can have the rest of the night off.
Thanks, boss. I'll run up to the country for a rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. Where's my key? Oh, here. I'll have to get a longer keychain. This doorknob hurts my stomach. There. Gee, it's dark. Where's the light? Oh, here. Gee, I can't get over.
All right, Benny. Stick 'em up.
Yipe!
Come on, Benny. Get back in your shoes.
What? What is this?
It's a stick-up. Now listen, Benny. I want that $600,000 you won at the racetrack.
But I haven't got it. I didn't win any money. My press agent, Steve Bradley, he put it in the papers. It was just a publicity stunt. The joke's on you. See?
Now stop stalling, Benny. You keep your dough in a vault, and we're going down there and get it.
But I...
Get moving. And right straight for that vault, or I'll drill you.
Yes, sir. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Huh?
No, Benny. I just want to get in that vault.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Now, I got this gun right in my pocket, so no tricks.
Yes, sir. I'll open the door.
Who goes there?
Oh, it's me, Ed.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Who's that with you?
Oh, he's
I'm a friend of his.
Yes, Ed. He's a friend of mine.
Well, any friend of Mr. Benny's a friend of mine. Come on in, browse around.
Thanks.
I haven't seen you in a long time, Mr. Benny. How are things in the outside world?
Well, we won the war, and the boys are all coming home.
Good, good. I'll bet they'll give General Pershing a great reception.
No, Ed. You see, this
Cut out that chatter, Benny, and open that safe.
Yes, sir. Ed, I might as well tell you. This is a gangster, so don't make a false move.
Well, any friend of yours, a friend of mine.
Open that safe. Open that safe.
Yes, sir. Let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160.
Back to 15. Then left to 110. There.
I haven't heard anything like that since I broke out of San Quentin.
Look, mister. You can see for yourself. I haven't got $600,000. All I got in there is $10,000, and I need it.
$10,000?
Yes. Please believe me. The $85,000 I bet on the horse was only a dream. Look, that's all I've got. $10,000. You wouldn't take that from me, would you?
You're darn right I'll take it. Now, come on, hand it over.
My, this is thrilling.
Mister, please, don't take that.
Hand over that 10 grand or I'll plug you.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
All right. Now, both of you stay right where you are. And I'm warning you, don't move.
I'll go after him, Mr. Benny.
No, Ed. Put down that bow and arrow. He's got a gun. Oh, my goodness. $10,000. $10,000 gone. Darn that Steve Bradley with his publicity. It's all his fault. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. I said, Steve, it didn't happen. It was a dream. I dreamt that I won $600,000. But no, he had to go for his wild, crazy, stupid publicity. Ladies and gentlemen, sometime between October 29th and December 8th, your doorbells will be rung by a Victory Loan volunteer. Answer the doorbell and welcome him or her, because these are the Americans who worked faithfully and hard to make previous bond drives so successful. Although the war is over, we haven't paid the bill for it, and the quota for this Victory Loan is $11 billion. We'll make it. And by we, I mean you and me, the Victory Volunteers. All of us. This will be the last victory drive, folks, so it's really our last chance to show these fighting men still in our hospitals and all our men and women in uniform that we know they finished their job, and we'll finish ours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater and H.V. Kaltenborn were impersonated by Ollie O'Toole. Erskine Johnson was impersonated by Erskine Johnson. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend Effie Boone.
At 47 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Sure thing. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. At 45, sold American. Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
There's fine smoking pleasure in fine tobacco, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Oh, my goodness. $10,000. There should be some action on this. I called the police hours ago. I'll turn on the radio. Maybe there's some news.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Nobody knows how he felt last night. No one can tell how he'll feel tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's a happy soul in Hollywood tonight.
This is the next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mr. Robert N. Cooper, independent tobacco auctioneer of Washington, North Carolina, said,
For many years at the auctions, I've noticed that the Lucky Strike buyers have maintained the same high standard of quality. Yes, I've seen the fine, light tobacco sold American again and again. So, for my own cigarette, I pick Lucky.
Quote, I've seen the fine, light tobacco sold American again and again. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. At 41, 47, sold American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you probably remember, last week Jack Benny was sick in bed. However, he's up and around now, so let's go out to his home in Beverly Hills. Jack is eating his breakfast.
I'm glad you came by, Mary. Have a cup of coffee.
No, thanks. How are you feeling, Jack?
Oh, much better. Naturally, it was quite a shock being robbed of $10,000, but I'm all right now.
Well, I just dropped by to say hello. I'm going over to the club to play some golf.
It's certainly a lovely day for it. You know, Mary, I think I'll take up golf again.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't play golf. You take it too seriously. You always get so mad.
I do not.
You do, too. Every time you miss a putt, you accuse somebody of moving the hole.
I only did that once.
And another thing, you never keep your mind on the game. What about that time you got in the sand trap? You were there for 2 hours.
Well, a lot of people play in the sand trap.
With a pail and shovel?
Oh, stop, will you? I wish Rochester would bring my toast. I've almost finished my breakfast.
Say, Jack, what's that little thing there on the table?
This? Oh, it's a light fuse. I took it out so there wouldn't be any electricity in the kitchen.
Well, for heaven's sake, why?
I'm punishing Rochester. Twice this week he came out of the kitchen and left the light on.
But, Jack, shutting off the electricity.
I know what I'm doing.
What's the matter? You're still coughing.
Well, I'm not completely well yet, Mary, but I'll be all right. Oh, by the way, here's that book you were reading to me the other day. Read some more, will you, while I'm eating?
Okay. Now, let's see. Where did I stop? Oh, here it is. For 2 hours, the crippled submarine had lain helplessly on the bottom. The men trapped inside were gripped with fear and despair. The air was so heavy...
Here's your toast, Mr. Benny.
My toast? Well, it's about time, Rochester. What in the world took you so long?
Have you ever tried making toast with sunshine and a magnifying glass?
Oh.
How about giving me back that fuse now, boss?
Well, do you think you've learned your lesson?
No, but the icebox is defrosted, and that ain't going to help the food.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about that. Is all the food spoiled?
Well, not all, but you know that fish you bought for tomorrow night?
Yes.
Well, he ain't going to make it.
Oh. Well, would the fish be all right if we had it tonight?
Boss, you couldn't eat that fish if you cooked it in Lifebuoy.
Then just throw it out. Here's the fuse. Hurry and put it back. And take that miner's lamp off your hat.
Yes, sir.
Finish reading the book, Mary.
Okay. The air was so heavy that breathing was labored. A violent current caught the submarine and rolled it to one side, spilling the groggy men on the floor. It took almost all their strength to...
Answer the door, Rochester.
Answer the door, answer the door.
Quiet, Polly.
Yeah, you ain't paying me.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead, finish the book. Go ahead.
Okay. It took almost all their strength to rise to their feet. Every man knew that hope of rescue was fading.
Gee.
Then suddenly they heard a faint tapping on the outside of the sub. Tap, 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 tap. At that instant, every man knew that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Mary, you know it doesn't say that.
It does, too, right here.
Where? Oh, yes. I loaned that book to Don Wilson, and he penciled it in. Go on, Mary. I want to find out what happened. It's really exciting.
A look of hope came into the men's eyes as the tapping continued.
Pardon me, boss, but Inspector Flanagan is here to see you.
Oh, the detective. Excuse me, Mary. Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I just dropped in to talk to you again about the robbery.
Good. Come on, sit over here by the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Inspector, don't you ever have your oil changed?
Huh?
Nothing. How are you coming along on the case?
Well, I came to tell you that I thought I caught the guy that robbed you. He fitted the description precisely.
He did?
Yeah, he had a cauliflower ear, broken nose, scar on his cheek, and a little mole on his chin.
You a Scotchman or something?
I'm from Brooklyn. But he wasn't the guy that robbed you the $10,000.
What'd you say?
He wasn't the guy that robbed you of the $10,000.
How'd you find out?
Well, I searched him, and he only had $9,870.
Oh, well, I might as well tell you, Inspector. The man who robbed me called up and threatened my life. So I need a bodyguard and... Inspector! Twinkle toe! Some detective. The robber calls me up, threatens to kill me. I tell the detective, and he walks out.
Maybe he went to the florist.
Yeah. Mary, there's no time for jokes. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Rochester, my life is in danger. I might get shot at, and I need a bodyguard.
Don't look at me.
Rochester, you're not a coward, are you?
More than that, I'm a careful coward.
Well, anyway, I didn't mean you. I wondered if you knew anyone who'd be a good bodyguard.
Well, now, let me see. I got it. You know, boss, Joe Louis is in town.
Joe Louis? The heavyweight champion? Rochester, I could never get him for a bodyguard.
I think you could if you worked it right, boss. I was talking to him the other day, and he told me he wants to be a radio comedian.
Uh-huh.
So if you let him think that maybe he could be one, he'd come over and talk to you.
Yeah?
Then all you got to do is keep him here and stick close to him. Amalgamate, boss, amalgamate.
By golly, Rochester, that may be it. Why don't you call him up?
Better than that, boss. I'll go over and see him personally.
Good, and hurry. Gee, Mary, this may be the solution to all my worries. Joe Louis for a bodyguard. Go on, finish reading the book for me, will you?
Okay. A look of hope came into the men's eyes as the tapping continued. The air was so bad now that the breathing was almost impossible. In just a few seconds, it would be too late.
Oh, my goodness.
Suddenly, the steel hatch clanged open, and a blast of cool, fresh air revived the stricken men. The rescue device had worked. They were saved.
Oh, boy.
And thus ended another hair-raising adventure of our hero, Tom Swift.
Hot ziggity. What a guy. And you're always talking about little women. Why, if they were just
Hello,
more...
Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Larry.
Well, hello, Larry.
The door was open, so I just came on in. How are you feeling, Mr. Benny?
A lot better, kid. Thanks for asking.
I had to ask. It's in my contract.
Oh, yes.
Say, Mr. Benny, I've got a swell song for next Sunday's program. Would you like to hear it?
I sure would, kid. Go ahead and sing it.
All right.
Oh, boy, that Tom Swift. He led a life just like I did. Jack Benny and his electric rifle. Jack Benny in the darkest...
Just kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time. You'll never know how many dreams I dreamed about you, or just how empty they all seemed without you. So kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. My dreams have been so empty, dear, without you. So kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long
Very good, Larry. Use that number on the show.
Okay, Mr. Benny. Well, I've got to go now. I promised my wife I'd help her with the housework.
Oh, that's the spirit, Larry. You're really starting your married life off right.
That's what her mother keeps telling me.
Oh, so that's it. Look, kid, you tell her mother to keep her...
Jack.
I'm only trying to advise them.
Well, you're advising them all wrong. Mothers know best. For instance, Jack, take my mother.
I will not.
Jack. All I'm trying to say is that my father always helped my mother with the house cleaning.
Mary, when your mother grabs your father by the back of the neck and wipes the floor with him, that's not house cleaning. Believe me. Besides, how can she get him in all the corners? And another thing about your mother...
For the million things she gave me.
Polly.
Well, I've got to run along now, Mr. Benny.
Okay, so long, kid.
So long.
Jack, I know you don't like Mama, but I wish you wouldn't talk about her in front of people.
Oh, Mary, I'm only kidding. If I didn't like your mother, would I have her picture hanging in my living room?
You only hung it up when you lost the target to your darts game.
You nearly lost that gag, too, there. Mary, I'm improving, too. Last night when I was playing, I got one chin, one ear, and 3 nosies. I'm getting better all the time.
Answer the door, Rochester. Answer the door.
Polly, Rochester isn't here.
Oh.
Come in. Oh, hello, Don. Come on in.
Hello, Jack, Mary.
Hi, Don.
I'm glad to see you looking better, Jack. Must have been quite a shock being robbed of $10,000.
Yeah, I was ribbed about it, too. Yes, it was, but I'm feeling fine now. By the way, Don, would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
Works for me. Buys his coffee at the drugstore.
Well, Jack, I'm going to run along or I'll never get to that golf game in.
Oh, are those your clubs, Mary? You know, I play golf occasionally, but just walking around the course doesn't keep me in trim. I like a game where there's a lot of jumping around.
You mean tennis?
No, checkers.
No, I thought your fingertips looked a little muscle-bound there. Don, you probably don't like golf because you don't play it well.
What do you mean I don't play it well? Why, just last week I was in a tournament. We were approaching the 18th hole, and there I was on the edge of the green. The whole tournament was at stake, and I couldn't make up my mind which club to use. But my caddy, he knew what to do.
What did he hand you?
A Lucky Strike cigarette.
A Lucky Strike cigarette, but what about your niblick?
You don't nibble it, you smoke it.
Now cut that out! Don, use my rider. Don, what happened? Don, what happened after you smoked the Lucky Strike?
Well, Jack, from then on, my nerves were so calm, it was easy. I got on the green, bent over, and with one twist of the wrist, I flipped it right in the cup.
The ball?
No, the ashes.
Very clever, Don, but I can't understand why you always come in here and try to sell me Lucky Strikes. I'm sold on them. Believe me, Don, Excuse me a minute. Hello? Yes. Well, maybe so, but I thought that... Well, if you think so, okay. But wouldn't it be better if I just... Well, all right, if you want it that way. Goodbye. Now, Don, as I started to tell you...
Jack, who was that?
My press agent, Steve Bradley. You know, he used to talk so fast I couldn't understand him.
Well, I'm going out now and play a game of golf.
I'll go with you, Mary. So long, Jack.
So long, Don. Goodbye, Mary. Have a good time.
I will.
Gee, I wonder how Rochester's making out with Joe Lewis. I hope he can trick him into coming over here and be my bodyguard. I guess Rochester will know how to handle it. He always does.
I'm sure glad I caught you at home, Joe.
Why, I'm glad you came over, Rochester.
You know, Joe, so many things have happened since I saw you last, I don't know where to begin.
Well, there's no hurry, Rochester. Would you like another drink?
Well, I had two already.
One more won't hurt you.
Okay, pour it out. Thanks.
Rochester, have you ever thought about being a prize fighter?
No, I'm just drinking this milk to be friendly. Now, Joe, let's get down to business. You know, it's been rumored around you'd like to be a big comedian.
That's right. I want to make people laugh. I've been wanting to do that for years.
Well, Joe, if you want to make people laugh, you've been going about it the wrong way.
Who told you that?
Max Smelling, Tony Galeno, Jim Braddock, and Buddy Bear. That's who.
Well, them fellas have no sense of humor.
Well, you know, it's pretty hard to laugh with a referee counting over you.
I wouldn't know. That never happened to me.
Never?
Never.
Joe, remember that first fight you had with Max Smelling?
Mm-hmm.
What happened in the 12th round? What happened?
That's the one page I tore out of my scrapbook.
Anyway, Joe, if you want to be a big comedian, Mr. Benny's the man to get you started.
Do you think so?
He'll not only get you started, he'll stick close to you. Yes, sir. Awful close.
Well, this is going to be a lifesaver.
You ain't kidding. Come on, let's go over to Mr. Benny's house and talk to him.
Okay, I'll get my hat and coat.
Don't forget your gloves.
I got them right here in my pocket.
Not the social ones, the business ones, the big ones, the fat ones. You know, the fighting ones. Come on, Joe, let's go.
Gee, it's 20 minutes to 7. dark out and Rochester isn't back yet. That robber did threaten me. Maybe I ought to hold these darts in my hand just in case. I wonder if. Well, another nosy. Doggone, I wish that That must be Rochester. Come in.
Hiya, Jackson. What are you doing up so late?
Oh, hello, Phil. I'm glad you dropped by.
Well, I can only stay a minute. I just came over to invite you to a costume party I'm throwing Saturday night.
A costume party?
Yeah, and Alice is going to put on a little girl's outfit and be little Bo Peep.
Oh, that's cute. What are you going to be, Phil?
I'm going to put light bulbs in my ears and come as a pinball machine.
A pinball machine?
Yeah, by 11 o'clock, I'm tilted anyway.
Oh, you know, these costume parties always throw me. I never know what to be.
Why don't you spruce up a little bit and come as Father Time?
Don't be funny. Come on in, Phil. We'll sit down and talk, huh? Oh, there's the phone. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, is this Phil Harris, a little girl?
Uh-huh. Is this Mr. Benny?
It sure is.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm sorry about you being robbed of $10,000, but my daddy said it was your own fault.
My fault?
Yes, my daddy says if you paid him what he's worth, you wouldn't have all that money lying around.
Oh, I see.
Can I talk to my daddy now?
Yes, just a minute, honey. Phil, it's for you. It's your little girl.
Okay. Hello, honey.
Hello, Hotshot.
Anything wrong, baby?
Uh-huh. I dropped my dolly on the sidewalk and it's all broken.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Which dolly was it?
The pretty one with the long eyelashes.
And the curly blonde hair?
Yes, the one you said looks just like you.
Well, Dowdy will get you another one just like me.
Oh, goody. When are you coming home?
Right away.
Well, Mommy wants you to stop by the store and get a loaf of bread, a head of lettuce, and some corn.
All right, honey. Does she want corn on the cob or canned corn?
Mommy says when it comes to corn to leave that up to you.
Oh, well, okay, darling. I'll get it. Goodbye.
Bye, Hotshot.
Oh, gee, Phil, your daughter's so cute. How old is she?
I don't know, Jackson, but last year she was 3.
Oh, well, then she's 4 now.
Could be. It could be.
Yes, sir. They sure grow up, don't they?
Oh, boss, he's here.
He is, Rochester?
Yeah, he's waiting in the den.
Oh, excuse me a minute, will you, Phil?
Yeah, I gotta go anyway. So long, Jackson.
So long, Phil. Rochester, have Joe Lewis come in.
Okay, but remember, boss, he don't know he's going to be your bodyguard.
Yeah.
He only came over here because he thinks you're going to get him started as a comedian.
I know.
So make him think he's funny.
I will. Don't worry. Call him in.
Yes, sir. Come on in, Joe. Joe, I'd like you to meet Mr. Jack Benny.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Benny.
Pleased to meet you. What a delivery. Oh, boy. How do you feel, Joe? Huh?
Oh, fine.
Fine. That's a honey. Anybody else would have said pretty good, but you ad-libbed fine. Oh, boy, what a gem.
Boss, don't overdo it.
Say, Joe, how long have you been out here in California? That's good.
I haven't said anything yet.
I was still laughing at fine, That was dynamite. Huh?
Well, boss, I'll leave you two alone to discuss business.
All right, Rochester. Say, Joe, I've got a little proposition to make to you.
What's the proposition?
Well, you see, I'm a little more experienced as a comedian than you are, so anyone ever starts pulling jokes at your expense, well, I'll sort of help you out, you see?
Mm-hmm.
And naturally, you're a little younger and stronger than I am, so anyone starts punching me or picking a fight with me, you see, you'll help me out.
But, Mr. Benny, why should anybody want to start a fight with you?
Because I'm such a heel. I mean, you see, Joe, there's so many people who are jealous of me.
But I thought everybody liked you. You're so nice and so kind and so free with your money.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. Why didn't you laugh?
Oh, yes, free with my money. Ha ha. Well, Joe. Joe, getting down to business, how would you feel about doing comedy on my program?
I like it very much.
Well, let's discuss this thing thoroughly before... I wonder who that can be. Oh, Joe, would you mind taking a little walk with me?
Where to?
To the front door. Come on, Joe.
Aren't you crowding me a little bit, Mr. Benny?
Pardon me. Just a minute.
Okay, Betty, you asked me.
What?
I told you what had happened if you blabbed to the cops about me sticking you up, and now I'm going to give it to you. Take that.
Ooh.
And that.
Ooh. Joe, he's beating me up. Fight with him.
Oh, I can't fight with just anybody. Who did he ever lick?
I mean, that's not important now.
Squeal on me, will you, Benny? Take that.
Ooh.
Another nosy.
Polly, you're supposed to be on my side.
Take that.
Ooh.
And that.
Oh, Joe, please don't just stand there. Please do something.
But, Mr. Benny, I can't fight with unknown. He would have to get a reputation for himself.
Well, he doesn't have to get it on me. For goodness sake, look.
Take that.
Ouch.
And that.
Oh, stop.
And that.
Stop for a few minutes. Today is Armistice Day. Joe, help me.
I'm warning you for the last time, Benny. The next time you open your mouth to the cops, you're going to get more than this.
Yes, sir.
And just so you don't forget it, take this.
Oh.
Mr. Benny, get up and go to your corner. Mr. Benny, get up. Well, if you don't, there's only one thing left for me to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of our boys entered the service right from school or put on their uniforms when they were just getting started in business. What will happen to that foundation? Will it be affected by their long absence from civilian life? We hope not, because our serviceman or woman acquired skills, training, and experience which should eventually qualify him or her for a better peacetime job than before. And all service jobs are related to civilian work in some way or other. So the outlook is most encouraging. And we know that in the future, employers will take advantage of this added asset. Thank you.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Effie Boone.
At 44, sold American.
The quality of your Lucky Strike cigarette can be summed up in 5 simple words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. The kind of tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
Yes, sir. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers are on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
43,000 sold American.
And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
A fact known the world over. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
$39, $40, $41, $42, $43, $44.
Joe, you can stop already. I'm feeling better. Anyway, I got to go to the Maskers now, do a show at 6 p.m. on another network. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Wallace. Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. White founts falling in the courts of the sun, and the Soldan of Byzantium is smiling as they run. There is laughter like the fountains in that face of all men feared. It stirs the forest darkness, the darkness of his beard. It curls the blood-red crescent, the crescent of his lips. For the inmost sea of all the earth is shaken with his ships. They have dared the white republics up the capes of Italy. They have dashed the Adriatic round the Lion of the Sea. And the Pope has cast his arms abroad for agony and loss, and called the kings of Christendom for swords about the cross. The cold Queen of England is looking in the glass. The shadow of the Valois is yawning at the mast. From evening isles fantastical rings faint the Spanish gun, and the Lord upon the golden horn is laughing in the sun. Dim drums throbbing in the hills half heard, where only on a nameless throne a crownless prince has stirred, where, risen from a doubtful seat and half attainted stall, the last knight of Europe takes weapons from the wall, the last and lingering troubadour to whom the bird has sung, that once went singing southward when all the world was young. In that enormous silence, tiny and unafraid, comes up along a winding road the noise of the crusade. Strong gongs groaning as the guns boom far, Don John of Austria is going to the war. Stiff flags straining in the night blasts cold, in the gloom black purple, in the glint old gold. Torchlight crimson on the copper kettle drums, then the tuckets, then the trumpets, then the cannons, and he comes. Don John laughing in the brave beard curled, spurning of his stirrups like the thrones of all the world, holding his head up for a flag of all the free. Love light of Spain, hurrah! Death light of Africa, Don John of Austria is riding to the sea. Mahound is in his paradise above the evening star. Don John of Austria is going to the war. He moves a mighty turban on the timeless Houri's knees, his turban that is woven of the sunsets and the seas. He shakes the peacock gardens as he rises from his ease, and he strides among the treetops, and is taller than the trees, and his voice through all the garden is a thunder sent to bring Black Azrael and Ariel and Ammon on the wing, giants and the genii, multiplex of wing and eye, whose strong obedience broke the sky when Solomon was king. They rush in red and purple from the red clouds of the morn, from the temples where the yellow gods shut up their eyes in scorn. They rise in green robes roaring from the green hells of the sea, where fallen skies and evil hues and eyeless creatures be. On them the sea valves cluster and the grey sea forests curl, splashed with a splendid sickness, the sickness of the pearl. They swell in sapphire smoke out of the blue cracks of the ground. They gather and they wonder and give worship to Mahand. And he saith, break up the mountains where the hermit folk can hide, and sift the red and silver sands, lest bone of saint abide, and chase the Giaours flying night and day, not giving rest, for that which was our trouble comes again out of the west. We have set the seal of Solomon on all things under sun, of knowledge and of sorrow and endurance of things done. But a noise is in the mountains, and I know the voice that shook our palaces 400 years ago. It is he that saith not Kismet, it is he that knows not fate. It is Richard, it is Raymond, it is Godfrey at the gate. It is he whose loss is laughter when he counts the wager worth. Put down your feet upon him, that our peace be on the earth. For he heard drums groaning and he heard guns jar. Don John of Austria is going to the war. Sudden and still, hurrah, bolt from Iberia, Don John of Austria is gone by Alcalá. St. Michael's on his mountain, in the sea roads of the north. Don John of Austria is girt and going forth, where the grey seas glitter and the sharp tides shift, and the sea folk labour and the red sails lift. He shakes his lance of iron and he claps his wings of stone. The noise is gone through Normandy, the noise is gone alone. The north is full of tangled things and texts and aching eyes, and dead is all the innocence of anger and surprise. And Christian killeth Christian in a narrow dusty room, and Christian dreadeth Christ that hath a newer face of doom, and Christian hateth Mary that God kissed in Galilee. But Don John of Austria is riding to the sea, Don John calling through the blast and the eclipse, crying with the trumpet of his lips, trumpet that saith, Ha! Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria is shouting to the ships. King Philip's in his closet with the fleece about his neck. Don John of Austria is armed upon the deck. The walls are hung with velvet that is black and soft as sin, and little dwarfs creep out of it, and little dwarfs creep in. He holds a crystal phial that has colours like the moon. He touches, and it tingles, and he trembles very soon. And his face is as a fungus of a leprous white and grey, like plants in the high houses that are shuttered from the day, and death is in the phial, and the end of noble work. But Don John of Austria has fired upon the Turk. Don John's hunting, and his hounds have bayed. Booms away past Italy the rumour of his raid. Gun upon gun, ha-ha, gun upon gun, hurrah! Don John of Austria has loosed the cannonade. The Pope was in his chapel before day or battle broke. Don John of Austria is hidden in the smoke. The hidden room in man's house where God sits all the year, the secret window whence the world looks small and very dear. He sees as in a mirror on the monstrous twilight sea the crescent of his cruel ships whose name is mystery. They fling great shadows forwards, making cross and castle dark. They veil the plumed lions on the galleys of St. Mark, and above the ships are palaces of brown black-bearded chiefs, and below the ships are prisons, where with multitudinous griefs Christian captives, sick and sunless, all a labouring race repines, like a race in sunken cities, like a nation in the mines. They are lost like slaves that sweat, and in the skies of morning hung the stairways of the tallest gods when tyranny was young. They are countless, voiceless, hopeless, as those fallen or fleeing on before the high king's horses in the granite of Babylon. And many a one grows witless in his quiet room in hell, where a yellow face looks inward through the lattice of his cell, and he finds his God forgotten, and he seeks no more a sign. But Don John of Austria has burst the battle line. Don John pounding from the slaughter-painted poop, purpling all the ocean like a bloody pirate's sloop, scarlet running over on the silvers and the golds, breaking of the hatches up and bursting of the holds, thronging of the thousands up that labour under sea, white for bliss and blind for sun and stunned for liberty. Vivat Hispania, Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria has set his people free. Cervantes, on his galley, sets the sword back in the sheath. Don John of Austria rides homeward with a reef. And he sees across a weary land a straggling road in Spain, up which a lean and foolish knight for ever rides in vain. And he smiles, but not a sultan's smile, and settles back the blade. But Don John of Austria rides home from the crusade. End of Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For almost 50 years, from 1820 to 1870, one of the great romantic adventures in American history was the cattle drive. This is the such. And if it never happened, it could have. Very much like this.
You miserable greenhorn! You've spooked the herd! Mister, you lose me my cattle and I'll rip your heart out with my bare hands! Stampede! One and all!
Our mystery drama, Death Trail, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Court Benson. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Can you even begin to imagine herding 2,600 longhorn cattle and planning to drive them some 3,000 miles through hostile country? Hostile not only because of Indian attacks or outlaws trying to cut out half the herd, but facing all the inimical forces of nature on the terrain to be crossed. The mystery begins with a vision of the man who conceived such a drive.
No, Juliet, you cook so almighty good you could almost make me forget your mother.
Now, Daddy, you're only setting out to flatter me because I fed you your favorite old Texas steak, just like you was on the trail.
You're right. Burned black as you could wish. What would I ever do without you, Judy Ann?
Well, that ain't quite the question, Daddy. What do you expect you are going to do without me?
I don't figure.
Oh, yes, you do. You know you're fixing to start on the trail again. Only this time it's something special. You gonna let me share in on it?
Well, now, I don't know how to answer that. Since your mother died and the war between the states went wrong, we've been poking for a living. Everything we had went down the drain. Well, I got a chance to remedy that.
How?
When I was up in Fort Laramie and Cheyenne, all that Wyoming territory, I saw such lush grazing lands. Then I began to think on our tough, lean Texas longhorns down here, how they live on mesquite and scrub and who knows what. And I said to myself, what might they be if they could fill their bellies with all that rich grass?
But isn't there cattle up there?
There's too few. So I got myself together with some pals who want to build herds. And with the army who needs beef to feed the cavalry. And I put myself together a deal.
What?
They'll take every head I can deliver. They've given me a letter of credit, enough to buy what I need, and I can buy the cattle here for $3 or under.
And what would they pay that?
$6 a head.
Well, how long will you be gone?
Oh, 5 or 6 months, going and coming.
I want to go along.
Well, I don't see how.
Why not?
Well, the drive I'm planning, maybe the humans got less chance than the cattle. It's an all-out gamble for me. There's no place for you.
Oh, no? Who's going to run your cook wagon?
Lord of mercy, gal. I ain't put myself together a herd yet, much less thinking on my hands to wrangle them.
You've started to build a crew whether you want to or not. I'll be running the cook wagon.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Yes, Daddy, you sure will see. And you better get yourself busy building a herd. You don't get on the trail in the next 10 days, you know darn well there ain't no ways you can start this year.
I may not get home tonight.
Where are you headed?
Oh, check in at the bank so they can clear that letter of credit. And then I'm going to track down Jeb Akers. If there's any man west of the Mississippi knows this country better than old Windy, I don't know him.
You gonna hire him as a scout?
Yeah, but more than that, I'm going to pick his brains.
I don't understand.
I want him to tell me that I'm not crazy, that the route I want to take is going to get us where we want to go.
You want to drive the herd over the Parcel trails, that'd come?
If you tell me it can be done, Wendy.
It's pretty near 400 miles out of the way.
But far enough west to maybe keep the Comanches off our tails. And those outlaws in the Kansas Territory as thick as Lucas.
You got 80 miles of desert going on into New Mexico. It's dry on a rattler's tail.
It's near 100 by my reckoning.
Them cattle got to have water. And 15 miles a day, that's pretty near a week. And no critter can go that long without drink.
Well, we'll drive them day or night. We can make it in 4 or 5.
You're taking a mighty big chance.
Parcel did it.
Yep, but he left in the spring, and that was a real wet year. How many head you figure in the drive?
Close to 2,500, as I can round up.
Parcel only had 1,000.
But you scouted him a trail and took him on through, didn't you?
Well, we was lucky.
So you think it can't be done?
Now, who in tarnation ever said that?
Well, without you, I wouldn't even think of trying it.
And without you to kick my butt, Colonel, I don't think I'd ever risked it again. So where's your herd at?
I ain't got one yet. You and me's got 7 days to put one together.
You know I'm only too willing to sell, Colonel. Ain't no market here in Texas, and cash money is what my wife and young'uns need.
Okay, Buck. 802 head at $275 per. Now that's $2,205.50. I'm paying you 10% on account. Balance on delivery.
I'll drive them down tomorrow, Colonel.
Fine. You be sure you get me some bulls now.
I'll give you my word. Hey, how many hands are you carrying?
Well, I gotta have 12.
How many you got?
Up to now, Buck, I'm short.
Oh, well, how about Jim Ballinger?
Not on my drive. He drinks, and he's a horse thief.
Only when he ain't working. There ain't a finer horse wrangler this side of the Pedernales when he got a remuda to handle. Me and him rode many a trail.
Well, I might consider him if you rode this one too, Buck. I need a point man I can trust. The pay is good.
How many horses you figure for each cowboy?
10, maybe 12.
You wanna buy my string?
I was hoping you'd ask. How many?
I got 21 strong enough for what you're asking.
How much?
$200.
Too much. I'll pay you $150 with a $25 bonus.
A bonus for what?
For you to ride with me and cover point. Plus the regular wage, of course.
I guess we both knew from the moment you came by, Colonel, we was going to be riding together. You got a deal.
There they are, Judy Ann, the whole herd. Windy just brought in his 1,000. You're looking at 2,638 prime Texas Longhorns. That's the start of putting you and me on easy street.
It's a mighty fine sight, Daddy. You got your crew all set?
No, not yet. I'm still short some horses. And pretty out of money, except for what I owe the cowboys.
Well, how long's it going to take us before we're ready to move on out?
Well, it better not be too long.
Well, why you got so much trouble signing on hand?
It's a rough trail I'm planning to drive. Most folks think I'm local. They don't want to risk their hides.
Can you make it, Daddy?
Well, with Windy to scout out my route, yep.
Well, then what are you worried about?
Most of all, you, honey.
Me?
I'm afraid it's going to be more than you can handle.
What, cooking up chow for 12 men or so? Oh, that ain't nothing.
No, it's not so much the cooking. I know you can handle that. But the hauling and the drawing of firewood and wrestling all them heavy supplies, filling the water barrel. I just don't think.
What is it, Daddy?
Look.
What?
The dude there with a face white as a Hereford cow and a go-to-meet in Eastern suit. Now, where in Spikes Creek do you suppose he laid a hold of that big old cowboy saddle he's toting?
I don't know. But one thing I'd lay odds on is he's never sat astride it.
Don't tell me he's fixing to join this drive.
Well, you'll soon know. He's coming straight for us.
I beg your pardon, sir, but would you be Colonel Royce?
The same. What can I do for you, son?
Well, I'd like to join your cattle drive.
Oh, you a cowboy?
No, sir, but I have my saddle.
So I see. You got a horse to put under it?
No, sir, I couldn't afford that. The saddle took all my money.
You have a gun?
No, sir, I don't believe in it.
Can you ride a pony?
I don't see why not.
Well, now, let's just test that out. Judy Ann, climb on down and let this young man try your old Baldy.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, this is my daughter, Judith Ann.
I'm honored to make your acquaintance, Miss Royce. My name is Edward Malden.
How do you do? The rain.
Oh, thank you.
Damn it, man. What in top are you trying to do? You mount from the left, not the right.
Yes, sir, Colonel. I should have known better. Take it easy, for Pete's sake.
That don't beat all.
It's all right, Daddy. I have old Baldy.
Well, I'm not worried about the horse. It's that tenderfoot there.
Don't worry about me, sir. Just let me get up on him again, and I'll show you I can stay there.
No, thank you. I don't want you scaring that poor animal half to death.
Well, I didn't mean to. Please, Colonel, give me another chance. I can learn. I've got to.
Are you all right?
I'm sorry.
When did you eat last, son?
I don't just recall.
All right, tether your horse, Judy Ann. Take the dude in the house and get him some victuals.
That's it, Edward. Ride him. Pull him up short. Now, rein him in.
Oh.
Now, clap spurs to him. Neck rein him sharp left. Now, hang on. Okay, now, sharp right, like you were riding down a stair. That's it. Now, drive him on home. Back to me.
Hey, what's going on here, Judy Ann?
Oh, it's Edward. Look at him. 3 days, and he rides mighty good.
So what?
Well, he needs a job, Daddy. Oh, couldn't we take him along?
I got no room for fifth wheels.
Oh, you're short one hand. He could ride relief on flanks.
And you wanted someone to help me with the heavy work on the cook wagon. He's strong.
What interest do you got in this maverick?
Oh, nothing special. Just he's a human being. And something's made him live through some terrible hard times. He's someone who needs a second chance at life.
How do you know?
Well, I don't. I just kind of feel it.
Hey, you.
Yes, Colonel.
You want to ride on out with us?
Oh, I do.
Well, I don't know what I can pay you. I don't know if you're worth anything.
Well, I'll go for my keep, just to get north.
What are you running away from, son?
Oh, I didn't say I was. Let's just say I'm running too.
What does that mean?
A chance to start over, to make my life.
I'm plumb crazy, but all right. We'll leave at dawn tomorrow.
You won't be sorry, Colonel.
I sure hope so, son. I sure hope so. All right. Now, I'll be riding drag till we get this cattle far enough away and they don't want to keep turning home. Corky Flynn will be with me. And the rest of you ready on the points? On the flanks? On the swing? Good. That makes all of us. May the good Lord ride along with us and the weather be kind. That's it, boys. Move 'em on out!
It's a night we'll never see again. The big, rangy longhorns wheel in answer to the cowboys' directions. On the points at the head, 2 cowboys marshal the leaders. On the flanks, 2 others keep the herd shaped up. And in the rear, half smothered by the dust column raised by the churning hooves, the dragmen contain the stragglers and hold the long column firm. I shall return shortly with Act 2. For 5 days, the long column has moved along the banks of a small stream over good pasture land. The stream has provided plenty of water and also has lessened the chance of any of the herd breaking for home and causing a stampede. Off to one side and ahead of the mass of cattle, Judith Ann drives her cook wagon. And far off on the other side, to avoid the dust cloud left in the drive's wake, is the remuda. All the extra horses shepherded by the wrangler, Jim Ballinger. But now they are stopped for a rest period before heading into the desert.
Hello, Daddy. Looking for coffee?
Well, I could use a mug.
The branding going all right?
Yeah, we ought to be finished by tonight.
Well, how come you didn't get them marked before we set out?
I didn't want to take the time. I got to drive critters to Wyoming before we catch ourselves any snow. I had to stop here to rest the cattle before we make our run across the desert, so I figured to double up on the time.
Save yourself 4 whole days.
Every minute counts.
Well, you're not worried we can't make it, are you?
If the good Lord's willing, we'll make it. What's got me chewing nails is Windy.
I've been thinking on him, too. He should have been back by this time.
Yeah. I set a good deal of store on him finding me some water to tide the herd over the next 5 days. I've been thinking I'll ride on out and see if I can't spot hide or hair of him.
Will you be back before sundown?
I reckon I better. Once Brandon's done, the boys are all going to expect whiskey. I wouldn't want to saddle you riding herd on them tonight.
I could manage.
If I wasn't here, you could need help. Now, who are you going to get that from?
Dude.
Who?
Dude. Oh, that's what the boys are taking to calling Edward.
Well, it's as good a name as any for him. He's no cowhand, that's for sure.
He's trying real hard, Daddy. And he's learning. I like him. He's a gentleman.
Yeah, I wouldn't count too much on that.
What do you mean?
He's got no sun on his face. White as a trout's belly. There's only one way I know man can get that look. From doing time in jail. Judy Ann, I don't think we take any chances on Mr. Malden, whatever. Whoever he is.
Daddy, look.
What is it?
We've got a visitor. Fording the river.
We got worse than that, Judy Ann.
The horse the stranger's leading. Why, that...
Oh, I'd know that old strawberry roan anywhere. It's Windy's horse.
Well, then where's Windy?
I'm afraid he's riding him.
But the horse is saddle-packed.
And what do you think is trussed up in that poncho? It can't be but one thing. You don't leave the dead in the desert to the buzzards. You gotta bring 'em on home. How'd Windy die, Chet?
Indians.
Comanches?
It's my guess. You can bear me out from that arrow I pulled out of his back.
How come they didn't get you, too?
Well, they was just a small raiding party, and we cut 'em up pretty good before they got windy. We drove 'em off.
How'd you meet Windy? Did you know him before?
Well, now, I'd heard tell of him. There ain't so many of us scouts we don't get wind of each other. We met fording the Pecos. We got to talking, and he told me all about your drive. I asked him, were you still signing on? He said maybe. So I figured, what did I have to lose? I'd ride in with him, take a chance.
So you came all the way across the desert the way we're going?
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Can I get my cattle across it?
If you push 'em 20 miles a day and take every hand you got, there's not one drop of water to get the snouts with.
You willing to sign on with me?
That's what I come for. But, Colonel.
Yes?
If I've passed muster, could I just climb down out of the saddle? I'm bushed and I'm awful hungry.
Oh, yeah. Forgive me, Chet. Come on down.
No, thank you.
My daughter Judith Ann here will rustle you up some chow. Dude, help me get Windy off his horse.
You got yourself quite a branding party going, Daddy.
Yep. But a man needs whiskey every so often to ease him up enough so he can get himself put all together again.
Well, your new recruit seems to need more than most.
Well, he's had a long, dry ride across the desert. But I sure wish it was old Windy gulping his share.
So do I. I don't like that man, Daddy.
Chet Holmes? What do you got against him?
I don't know. Somehow I just don't trust him.
Well, he's just come the way we gotta go. We need him to lay the trail for us.
I guess you're right, Daddy.
And I guess you better take yourself to bed in the wagon, honey. You're the only woman around the boys could get out of hand.
Well, they wouldn't dare risk your displeasure, Daddy.
Yeah, I know, but I got a right circle on the herd. Make sure we got 'em all ready to move out tomorrow.
No, don't you worry none about me. I'll be safe and snug.
You better be. I'll stop by to check on you before I ride out.
Well, now, hi, Miss Royce. Why don't you come on over by the fire and join the party?
Why, thanks, Mr. Holmes, but I'm real tired.
Well,
I'm just about to turn in.
Be a bit more sociable with the woman to liven things up.
There's too many of you and just one of me.
Well, then maybe you and me could celebrate on our own.
I don't think so. Will you please let go of my arm?
Oh, now, come on, Miss Royce. Just be nice. All I want to do...
Let her go, Mr. Holmes.
What? Well, if it ain't Mr. Greenhorn, Tenderfoot, the old dude herself. What do you want?
I want you to leave Miss Royce alone.
It's all right, dude. I can handle it.
He's pretty mean drunk, ma'am.
You telling me I can't hold my liquor, boy? Get out of my way.
Why don't you go bunk down and sleep it off?
I don't take no orders from any Eastern high-hat. You get out of my way or I'll draw down on you.
No, he doesn't carry a gun.
So much the better. I'd just as soon use my fist. Stand out of the way.
Look, you know you're behaving like a fool. If you want to play games, why don't you go back and join the other boys?
Well, that does it. Put up your fist.
I don't believe in fighting.
Maybe this'll change your belief.
No, don't.
Stay out of this, Miss Royce. This is between us.
Why don't you fight back, Edward?
Look, you can't do me any harm, Miss Royce.
We'll see about that. Will you stand still, hang it, and fight like a man? Now stop dancing around and square up to the...
No.
All right. You want to dance? I'll give you some music. Now, the next one's going to be right where those dancing feet are, boy, unless you lift them. Hey! What incarnation are you trying to do? I'm just giving the dude here a little dancing lesson. You put up that gun here. You might have stampeded the herd before we ever hit the road. If I didn't need you as scout, I'd fire you quicker than I hired you. Colonel, we was just hacking around. All right.
But that's the end of fun and games. I want all you cowboys to hit your bedrolls and get all the sleep you can. We're pulling out at dawn, and the next 5 days are going to be a long, tough haul. What was going on here, Judith Ann?
Well, Mr. Holmes was annoying Miss Royce. I told him to mind his manners, and he took offense.
I see. Well, you won't have to worry about him for the rest of the drive. He'll be out in the front scouting our trail. All right, you better turn in too, dude. You'll need your rest.
Then you're not letting me go, sir?
Well, if you think you can make it, the least I can do is take a chance on you.
You won't be sorry. Good night, sir. Good night, Miss Royce.
Good night, Edward.
Edward?
Well, I don't like to call him by a name that's a put-down.
He fight for you?
Well, not exactly. Chet Holmes was drunk enough to want to call him out, but Edward doesn't wear a gun, so instead he started beating on him with his fist.
And what did the dude do?
He didn't fight back.
You mean he was scared?
I don't know what I mean, Daddy.
He chickened out. Well, I don't feel right now, taking off tomorrow with a coward on my crew.
Oh, give him a chance. Whatever he is, I could swear Edward is no coward.
We're facing near 100 miles of desert, hot and dry enough to parch a camel. We're gonna push, till all of us are as ready to drop as the cattle. I wish us all good luck. We are surely man and beast in God's hands. All right. Move them out!
Ride around, little doggies, ride around slow.
It's all right, dude. It's only me.
Good evening, Colonel. Oh, I guess I should say good morning.
Keep your voice down. These longhorns are so spooky, anything could set them off on the run.
Well, it's been a difficult time, sir. They're parched for water.
I know. We don't make the Pecos by tomorrow night and water them, they'll be to hell and gone all over Texas, looking for it for themselves. The main thing's held them together this far is Big Red there.
He's a fine steer. They sure all follow his lead.
Heaven help us if anything spooks him. If he took off...
We'd have a stampede, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
With no way to stop it.
The only chance would be to drop him in his tracks. He's the leader, remember that.
Oh, they're awful restless. Maybe it's that moon coming up.
Well, that could be lucky for us. That's why I rode on out to the point here. I'm relieving you.
Relieving me? Why? Did I do something wrong, Colonel?
No, but as soon as that moon gets high enough to throw us some light, we're moving on out. You holding up all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you better. I don't need any more trouble than I've got. All right, go on now. And ride slow and easy. No noise.
What's that?
Rattler. Don't pay it any mind. Just hold that horse of yours.
Whoa.
Can't you handle it? Dang, tenderfoot. Can't even sit up. Hold on to the reins. Don't let him run on you.
I've got him, sir. I've got him.
You miserable greenhorn. Now you've spooked the herd. Boy, you lose me my cattle and I'll rip your heart out with my bare hands. Take the leather, everybody! Stampede! Stampede!
There is no measure of a stampede, no rationale, no reason. The slightest sound, a sneeze, the rattle of a cook pan is just as liable to set it off as a loud sound, like the screaming of Dude's frightened horse. Once the cattle start running, they may go for 200 yards or 20 miles. They may bunch or scatter. And in the unreasoning rush, kill themselves by sheer exhaustion or being trampled under. It is the ultimate disaster on a cattle drive. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Stampede. Once set in motion, the terror of 2,000 to 3,000 unpredictable animals is a force of nature beyond the control of man. The frightened longhorn will run over anything, heedless of broken limbs, impervious to any thought of safety. And the men and the horses who try to contain them can end up trampled to death under the sharp and pounding hooves.
Ride them off the point, dude! Up toward the cliff. Maybe we can contain them.
All right, Colonel. Colonel, where are you going?
I've got to stop Big Red. If they follow his lead, we've lost them.
How can you stop him?
Put a bullet through his head. If we don't drop him now, we got a stampede on our hands.
Where's my daddy, Buck?
Up front.
Who's with him?
You do.
What's the colonel doing?
We got an old steer kind of leader of the herd, Big Red. Looks like your daddy's going to shoot him.
He's right in the middle of the cattle. He'll be trampled to death.
Maybe not.
What happened?
Your daddy shot Big Red. No, he must have missed. And he's lost his saddle. Oh, he's down.
Oh, he's going to be run under.
Easy, Miss Royce. Nothing we can do. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
That crazy dude. He rid right out into the herd.
Well, what's he doing?
Trying to protect the colonel. But he's down, too. Ben, Rusty, Cookie, we got to turn them back.
It's all right, Daddy. You okay?
Oh, never mind me. The herd.
The cattle are all right, too.
But they were stampeding.
As soon as Big Red hit the ground, they started milling. And the boys round them up and quieted them down. It's all right, Daddy. You saved the herd.
No. He pulled up his head just before I fired at him. I only creased him before he knocked me off my horse.
But you did drop him, Daddy. I mean, he was down.
If anybody put him down, it must have been Dude. Where's he at?
He's out with the rest of the hands, getting the herd ready to move on.
I'm sorry I ever doubted that boy's guts. Judy Ann, he came right down off his horse between me and that big old longhorn. How he ever checked him, I'll never know. He doesn't wear a gun.
Maybe your bullet had a delayed effect.
Maybe. Is that raunchy old steer dead?
No, he was just stunned. He's right out there, calm as you please, and leading the herd again.
That's where he ought to be, too. Once we fetch the Pecos and water, we can talk out what happened. Oh, it's the first cup of coffee I can take time to enjoy in the last 3 days.
We made it across that desert.
Yeah, and we've had a whole day to water and rest the animals. Should be all downhill from here on.
I hope.
Here's the man I really want to ask about what happened last night.
You sent for me, Colonel?
I sure did, dude. And join me in a cup of coffee?
I'd like that. Evening, Miss Royce.
Good evening, Edward. I'll get you coffee.
You know, son, I never did get a real chance to thank you for saving my life.
I didn't do that.
Let's not mess around, son. If someone hadn't stopped Big Red, he'd have run right over me and the rest of the herd after him. How did you do it?
Colonel, it was your bullet that...
My bullet only nicked him. Besides, I saw him still on his feet before I passed out. How did you drop him?
Here's your coffee, Edward.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
You haven't answered me, dude.
Oh, well, I didn't have any other weapon to use, so I just punched him as hard as I could.
With your bare hand? With one punch, you cold-cocked a longhorn steer?
Well, sir, I guess that bullet you bounced off his head had him pretty weak.
Well, never mind that. That was 1,500 pounds of beef. I stopped him with a bullet for a moment, but you're trying to tell me you knocked him cold with just...
Daddy, it's Chet Holmes coming hell-bent for leather. Something must be wrong.
What now?
Indians, Colonel.
If that don't beat all, out of the frying pan into the fire. How many?
20 Comanche braves, raiding party, and they're right on my tail. That gun of yours sure does discourage them engines, Miss Judith Ann.
Well, it won't any longer. I'm out of bullets.
Yes, so am I. But I don't think we're going to need them. We've given them a bellyful. No thanks to you, dude. You didn't fire a shot.
He doesn't have a gun.
I wouldn't know how to fire one even if I did.
Fine help you are. You ain't even a half a man. Well, I'm out of cartridges, too. I'm going to my saddlebag to load up.
Look out! Engine!
He's making for Miss Royce. Drop him, Jet.
No, gun's empty. What's up, his head?
There's another engine there. I got the one with the hatchet. You take the other.
With my bare hands? No, sir. It's every man for his help.
Edward, look out!
I got him, Miss Royce.
Edward! The other one! Watch out for his Tommy Hawk!
Run, Miss Royce! Run!
No, you're hurt. And he has a knife.
Judy Ann, are you all right?
Don't worry about me, Daddy. It's Edward. Watch that other Indian. Edward knocked him down.
Buck's too busy taking care of him. You don't have to worry about this one. I killed him dead as if he was made of wood.
Oh, but how's Edward?
He's got a hatchet buried in his right shoulder.
Well, if he hadn't been there, it'd have been in my heart. Daddy, we've got to save him.
We'll do everything we humanly can. Whatever wrong that boy did that put him behind bars, he's even to scale by all he's done for you and me.
Edward?
Yes?
You're awake. Can I get you something?
No. What happened? What am I doing here?
Don't you remember? Well, you saved my life when the engine came.
Oh, yes. Yes, the Indian. His hatchet in my arm. Did I lose my arm?
No. You're all right. For a long time, Well, that doesn't matter anymore. The arm is fine now. Oh, you saved my life for me.
I saved it for myself.
Beg pardon?
If I'd let anything happen to you, I wouldn't have wanted to go on living.
Why, Edward, what a lovely thing to say.
I shouldn't have said it. I have no right.
Well, who says so?
I do. No fine lady like yourself should have anything to do with a jailbird like me.
Edward,
No, I shouldn't talk anymore. And you better get back to the horses before they lose the trail. Please go. There's nothing more to be said.
Oh, it's you, Edward. Well, now, what are you doing?
Filling up the water barrel for you, Miss Royce.
Well, isn't it about time, with all we've been through, you called me by my first name?
I don't think I have that right.
Well, I think you do. How's the arm?
Fine, thank you. Never be what it was, but maybe that's the Lord's blessing.
Edward, well, ever since you've been back on your feet, 3 weeks, nearly a month, you've been avoiding me. Why?
I think you know.
Well, I think I do, too. And it's silly, isn't it? Well, can't you understand what's past is past? And all that counts is what's here and in front of us.
I can't put away the years in prison.
Why were you there?
I killed a man.
How?
With my bare fists. More exactly, with my right one.
Was it a fair fight?
No.
Why not?
Miss Royce, I was brought up by my father. My mother died when I was born. He was a prize fighter who never found his dream and died with his brains scrambled. He brought me up to fight, well, to live by fists, too. I never knew any better.
You fought? In the ring?
38 fights, and I won them all. If knocking the other man senseless means anything. And then one night in Boston, I was having dinner with my father in a bar, and this big, beefy man started to make fun of him. I got mad. One thing led to another, and the man called me outside. With one right hand, I broke his jaw and something in his head. He was dead before he hit the ground.
Oh, how dreadful.
That's what the judge said at my trial. But I was a professional against an amateur. That my hands were the equivalent of lethal weapons. That I committed murder just as surely as if I'd drawn a gun. And I think he was right.
No.
Yes. That's why I won't fight. No, I'll never carry a gun. I will take no chance that I'll ever take a human life again.
What is it, Daddy? Why are we holding up?
You see that pass ahead of us? Through it, and we're into grazing land and water and the promised land.
Well, why can't we go there?
Because that two-faced snake-belly Chet Holmes has led us straight into a trap.
What do you mean?
Well, here he comes. You can ask him for yourself.
What's the holdup, Chet?
Well, now, I tell you, Miss Judy, me and some of my friends are holding the pass. It's sort of like a toll gate.
They want 50 cents a head to let us through. It'd break me even if I had the money to pay it.
So we go further west and find another way.
There ain't no other way. What water you'd find is alkali struck. It'd drop every critter dead in its tracks.
Like I could do with Miss Royce's big 44 here?
Dude.
No, don't reach for your gun. Even an amateur like me could blow you right out of the saddle. Just take your gun easy, forefinger and thumb, and drop it.
I'll make you pay for this.
I'll give you the chance. Just drop it. Now get off your horse.
Huh?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, you once asked me to put up my fists against you. I didn't want to take advantage of you then. Now, with my bad arm, we're a little more even. Judy, take your gun.
But Edward...
Please let me handle this. Come on, Chet. Let's mix it.
It's gonna be a pleasure to knock out your brain.
Be my guest.
Okay, that's enough. No more.
If I let you go, will you call off your hard hand?
Yeah, sure. Anything you say.
Okay. Climb on your horse fast. And tell them we're coming on through.
Oh, I'm gonna tell them, all right.
You sure beat the tar out of him, Edward.
It won't matter none. They still have us blocked.
Maybe not, Colonel.
You don't think that beating you gave Chet will change anything?
No, but I could guess something else might.
What?
I once pretty near started a stampede by accident, Colonel. This time I'd like to do it on purpose. Maybe they have enough guns to stop us and our crew. But I know they haven't enough to stop 2,600 longhorn steers.
You don't just trigger a stampede to order, son.
Me and Big Red might. He's pretty scared of me since we had our run-in. Between that and with that gun of Judy Ann's, we just might run the gauntlet.
By the good Lord, maybe you have it, dude.
You called me Judy Ann.
You always called me Edward. That made me 10 feet tall. I knew in the end we'd always win out.
Taken by surprise, the gunmen guarding the pass were not ready for the sudden, overwhelming surge of the herd. The sea of horn and ridgeback swept through the gorge, raising behind them a huge plume of dust, under the shadow of which Judith and the cook wagon, the remuda, and the rest of the cowpunchers rode to safety. Beyond was water and gently sloping land for grazing, and the drive was over. I'll be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Little Bo Peep lost her sheep, but instead of being depressed, she decided to pull herself together. She realized it was her little old helpless me way of thinking that made her so vulnerable to circumstances and negative criticism, that she was not only tearing herself down, but even turning people's compliments into downers by saying things like, "You can't mean me. You're just trying to make me feel good." So most of her friends began to conclude, well, if she doesn't like herself, why should I like her? After all, she knows herself better than anyone else. Bo Peep finally realized she needed to recognize her strengths and focus on them and not on her weaknesses. And this has given her a new sense of self-confidence. She likes herself. I'd like to send you a free copy of my booklet on feeling good about yourself. Just put the words "feeling good" on a postcard or in a letter and send it to Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut. This is free. This is Heartbeat.
this particular history. During the summers of 68, 69, and 70, on other drives, the Colonel built up one of the great cattle ranches in the country. But what was more important to him was the extension of his own family, which grew in those 3 years by 3 grandchildren, 2 boys and a girl. The children, of course, of his daughter, Judith Ann, and Edward Malden, a man who had found the greatest gift of the Old West, emancipation. Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Court Benson, Ian Martin, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Gods have many wives.
Well, never mind all that for now. That kid has to go to a hospital. I'll take him in the boat.
No.
No?
Malana will kill herself.
Why?
Because you will place him in the guard boat and take him to the sky.
No, I'll take him to the Cedarville General Hospital.
No, the god Henry must cure the child here. The people wait.
Well, let's get this straight. I never said I was able to...
Henry must cure the child, or the people will turn on their god.
Turn on their gods? What does that mean? Killed?
Cure the child.
But how?
By a miracle.
A miracle? How can you expect me to make a miracle?
You cannot make a miracle. It will prove that you are a false god.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.